We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Guyanese and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our own, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Guyanese and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our own, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the execrable bedtime on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our own, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, Struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo. Take time on it, though we may criticize it. This is our own, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Thank you, honorable members. My apologies for this long break. First, had a visit by Speaker Raphael Trotman. Just want to bring your attention to his latest book, Parliament in the Republic of Guyana, second edition. It's going to be in our library from Monday. Honorable members, I haven't had the opportunity of seeing what it covers, but I know it's going to be excellent reading. And he walked with another very good friend of mine, Justice Donald Trotman, who and I go back over 40 years, including fighting for human rights in Nicaragua in the 80s. This afternoon, we welcome the 6 formers of Marian Academy, and their teachers. And we start this afternoon with our long-standing Member of Parliament, former Minister, Honorable Member, Ms. Valda Lawrence. seems to be an after lunch issue since yesterday. Turn on and turn off again. Your time starts at 1:52.05.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to the House. Mr. Speaker, with the vicious attacks against our women in this honorable House, I am sure the spirits of Jane Phillips-Gay, Janet Jagan, and Jessie Burnham, the three J's, are having a very hard time in recognizing this is the Parliament, where in 1953, they stood with pride and dignity alongside the men. Mr. Speaker, as the chief custodian, I ask that you do not allow this crassness to continue. I suggest that there be some forum where all the women MPs can meet to exhale and find common ground to exist while in this House. Mr. Speaker, I have had the privilege to be in this noble House for a long time, and as such, have had the opportunity over time to listen to a number of budget speeches delivered by a range of ministers of finance, including the incumbent, whose long title, Minister in the Office of the President with Responsibility for Finance and Public Service, does not negate the fact that he is performing the functions of a substantive Minister of Finance. I have heard some lively, inspiring, pointed, upbeat, boring and jaded budget presentations. And alas, I make bold to say that the 2024 budget presentation fell into the last two categories, boring and jaded. Why? It was below expectations, underwhelming, as the government's blueprint development plan for 2024. It left us befuddled. Sir, it left us feeling cheated that this country's first $1 trillion budget, envisaged and with anticipation, was more of the same, done in a vacuum, and designed for a few, leaving little for the suffering Guyanese families, on whom the minister anchored this budget. Mr. Speaker, which Guyanese families is the minister referring to? The average working class Guyanese families? I think not. Where is the vision, Mr. Speaker? Where is the hope for families? For people teetering on the brink of a cost of living precipice, wondering whether a little of the largest being fed to friends, families, the contractor class, and favorites of the administration would trickle down to them. It's a three-card trick indeed. Here's how it goes. The government anchors the budget on the Guyanese family as principal beneficiaries by presenting big numbers. But when examined and analyzed carefully, you realize the benefits are earmarked not for the average working class family, but for the group referred to earlier. Mr. Speaker, the Guyanese family cannot survive and does not deserve trickles in an economy sloshed with lots of cash. The minister should certainly be ashamed to do this at the expense of Guyanese families. Mr. Speaker?
Checking on one of the beep words.
Ashe? I withdraw that, Mr. Speaker, and I will proffer the word should think twice to do so. Mr. Speaker, I have heard constant talk of Guyana becoming a little Dubai and Dubai of the Caribbean. But imagine my reaction when I received my copy of the 2024 $1 trillion budget speech. I was flabbergasted, taken aback, by the cover of the 2024 budget, depicting a darkness not unfamiliar to our power company, GPL? Is this what our future prosperity looks like? Dismal darkness, except for what looks like a landing strip for small light aircraft? Yes, I'm aware of the admonition, don't judge a book by its cover. However, I must say, you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. Small wonder, Mr. Speaker, that the lines at the passport office and embassies have grown longer as more of our citizens, or to use the minister's term, Guyanese families, try to exit in search of a better life elsewhere. Oh yes, Honorable Ben, you have those figures. The budget team staying the course building prosperity for all appears as nothing more than sloganeering, an attempt to hoodwink and mask the reality for most Guyanese. But it is also a recycled team, microwaved and served as a fresh dish to an unsuspecting population. In 2008 budget, it was staying the course, advancing the transformation agenda, while 2012 was remaining on course. Mr. Speaker, the words staying and remaining connote a sense of inertia. While unintended by the minister, one cannot help but feel that we are marking time, staying and remaining in the same place as money is wasted on a hodgepodge of projects skillfully being marketed as beneficial to the Guyanese family. Mr. Speaker, I iterate, which Guyanese family? I recall former US President George Bush's cheeky comment on his own administration's budget, saying, and I quote, "It's clearly a budget. It's got a lot of numbers in it," end of quote. And so was the Honorable Minister's 2024 budget speech. It had lots of numbers, and I may add a plethora of prose, but nothing of substance for the Guyanese family, unless, Mr. Speaker, the government is convinced that a budget that does not reduce income inequalities, nor contract award inequalities, a budget that does not reduce poverty is a Guyanese family-friendly budget. A lot about growth, but no development. Mr. Speaker, we learned that real growth last year was recorded at a whopping 33%, bringing the average growth rate for the period 2020 through 2023 to an impressive 40%. No other country in the world has grown at this average annual rate over the same period that was marked by the COVID pandemic and the Russian-Ukraine war. That we have been so blessed is due principally to the impact that oil has had on the economy. First discovered in 2015, with first oil production recorded in December 2019, oil has, within the past 4 years, virtually dominated performance of the economy in every metric or statistic considered. For example, oil accounted for 70% of GDP last year, from a negligible 2% in 2019. In terms of export earnings, oil accounted for 88% of merchandise exports, contrary to all the talk about the resilience of the economy. These two metrics prove otherwise. They expose the vulnerability of our economy to the vagaries of the finicky oil market. Mr. Speaker, these metrics show that we have an oil economy and not an oil sector. So we are vulnerable. In spite of the government's rhetoric, in spite of the growth in the size of the budgets, the returns of the non-oil sector appear not to justify the expenditure. There is no transitional development in this sector. It is still transactional. meaning import-based and not export manufactured base. For example, notwithstanding the huge investment made in the sector over the past 3 years and similar investments budgeted this year, the share of the agriculture sector has declined from 25% in 2019 to 8% in 2023. This calls into serious question issues such as the productivity of expenditure, the quality of expenditure, and the roles being played by policymaking, graft, and misappropriation. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that Guyana loses about 40% of the expenditure on the Public Sector Investment Program, PSIP. In simple terms, 40 cents of every dollar expended on the PSIP is lost due to unproductive, unbeneficial activities. This is too high a price for the citizens, the Guyanese family to pay. Redressing this will require a commitment by the government to robust institutions manned by properly trained and motivated staff who are armed with the requisite tools for their effective functioning. But then again, sir, this government is famous for weakening institutions of government, transparency, and governance. May I remind the Honorable House of the savage attack by this government on the NRF legislation enacted by the APNU AFC government by removing transparency and accountability guardrails. Of course, we cannot forget the death of Sarah or its slow strangulation, another APNU AFC agency designed to track and recover stolen assets. Review of investments. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be said that the government is not developing policies. The fact is that many of the policies are either ill-suited or lack coherence. Citing a specific example within the agriculture sector, I read that we are in partnership with Barbados to build a so-called regional food terminal to be sited in Barbados. No details are available to the Guyanese citizenry. For example, Minister, the rationale, the cost, the ownership structure, nor how will it be operated and maintained. Meanwhile, another food terminal is to be located on the Linden-Soesdijk Highway, with a huge sum earmarked for in this 2024 budget. But we do not know whether a study was done justifying the purpose, intent, location, and further the relationship between the regional and Guyana's food terminals. Oops! I forgot that a senior government politician in this August chamber has an aversion to the conduct of studies to justify the feasibility of projects, especially those involving huge financial outlays, such as the Cherry Jagan Airport, the gas to energy project, and we must not forget the Skeldon modernization project. Sir, so much money is being wasted chasing some politician's dream that ultimately results in the nation's nightmare. It is the taxpayers' money that is involved. It is loans that we will have to repay that are involved. It is our hard-earned money in the NRF fund that is involved, sir. Given these various levels of involvement and financial sources, I can only urge that great attention be paid to getting increasingly higher returns for our projects. Then again, how can the nation receive higher returns from badly planned and executed projects? Mr. Speaker, I see frowns on the faces of my colleagues on the other side. Well, the recently named Heroes Highway is bulging and bumpy from poor construction and increasingly dangerous to drive on. There are no traffic signs, absolutely none. And that's only one. I am sure my honorable friend, Juan Edgel, can name many more. Here again, we can hear the threatening echo of development. Debt. Mr. Speaker, this part of my presentation allows me to transition into a major area of concern of the minister's budget speech. To the government's intent to raise the domestic and foreign borrowing ceilings, to change the withdrawal rules of the Natural Resource Fund, NRF, meddling with this fund again to make it even worse. I cannot believe that after changing the ceilings for domestic and foreign borrowings twice between 2021 through 2023, the government now proposes to raise the ceilings once again. This signals the government's continued reliance on debt financing, as evidenced by the projected stock of public and publicly guaranteed debt rising by 49% between 2023 to 2024, or from $4.509 billion in 2023 to $6.725 billion in 2024. The government's persistent tampering of the borrowing ceilings over the last 3 years is indicative of the absence of a medium-term plan and debt strategy, for which several international institutions have been pressing. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the government's chief economist follow known economic best practices? Either it is an issue of incompetence, which I doubt, or a deliberate bypass to create opportunities for misappropriation and non-transparency. Sir, it is of no comfort to us, the taxpayers, the Guyanese family, that such borrowings are supposedly prudent and sustainable. Financial legislation. Mr. Speaker, given the fallouts surrounding the passage of the NRF, I never contemplated that the first amendments to the fund would have entailed changes to the withdrawal rules. Indeed, given the present discussions of the NRF being overstated to the extent of the unpaid taxes of the oil companies, a position which I am in agreement. I had hoped, however, that suitable amendments would have been forthcoming for the transparent accounting of the taxes to be paid by the government on behalf of the oil companies. Instead, what we are witnessing is the government's further reach into the fund for the little intergenerational savings destined for the Guyanese family. This budget talks so much about. At this rate, we will end up with an empty NRF. Mr. Speaker, it will be recalled that the government has so far extracted approximately $1.7 billion, the use of which has been hidden under an undefined, quote unquote, national development priorities. Given the existing formula, the government anticipates withdrawing another $1.1 billion to finance this 2024 budget. All of these amounts are based on previous year inflows into the fund. Mr. Speaker, I believe we on this side of the House will resist any change to the withdrawal rules that would lessen the amount for intergenerational savings. As a matter of fact, sir, among the changes we would like to see are monies being set aside as a buffer to counter oil price volatility and detailed definition of the use, and accounting for monies withdrawn from the NRF. In addition, this House must now consider a minimum percentage value in the NRF that must remain as intergenerational savings. And this must be protected by a 2/3 majority of this House. Yes, that's one of many constitutional reform matters for this House, improving the lives of Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, the literature tells us that development, and I quote, is the process of improving the quality of all human lives and capabilities by raising people's level of living, self-esteem, and freedom, end of quote. The government's budget for the years 2020-2023 have focused heavily on infrastructure, roads, bridges, buildings, among others. The 2024 budget continues this trend. Imagine, this is what this government calls development. In the main, people have become the casualty. In his inimitable style, Kaichor News columnist J.H.K. Lau, my favorite columnist, in his column of 14 January 2024, captures the situation thus, and I quote, "The people have lost that battle for first consideration every time. Cement and steel have resoundingly ripped Callaloo and squash. For every dollar given to the people, another 10 or thereabouts was cleared for the products that have handsome returns for ruling politicos, their circles and cabals, and the contractor class," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, this is an accurate portrayal of the plight of the bulk of the people of all races in Guyana. They continue to be buffeted by high prices, spiraling cost of living, and declining living standards. Whereas, Mr. Speaker, development is underpinned and identified by reduced inequalities, increased income distribution, political and social polarization, reduced poverty, and increased equality. The opposite to the development is true in super-rich Guyana, as we witness rising inequalities, rising income inequalities, rising poverty, and increased political stratification. Can the poor man access masses' attractive array of goods? Sadly, the no entry sign is boldly displayed. At Border Market, deemed his haven, he's at his wit's end to stump up a minimum meal. In the same breath, Mr. Speaker, how can the government talk about development and yet in the public sector limit the Guyanese family to a voucher system solely for accessing cervical cancer tests as part of the healthcare delivery plan? What about the other cancers which are prevalent in our country? Sir, according to WHO Report 2020 on Guyana's cancer country profile, 3 types of cancers are listed in double digits, namely breast cancer, 22.6%, cervix, 16.5%, and prostate, 15.6%. Mr. Speaker, the latter cancer is heaping havoc on our men folks, resulting in death. The family structure is losing an important element at a fast rate. I therefore call on the government, who speaks so much about the Guyanese family, to extend this voucher decision to cater to test all 3 cancers instead. Can you do it? Yes, you can. Mr. Speaker, the matter of public sector wages was aggressively addressed in this side of the House. But allow me to say that the government is making a grave mistake by not recognizing that the public sector, including defense, security, and parastatals, are productive entities. It is simply a question of a different measuring matrix. The wheels of national development are driven by public servants and not the private sector. It is the public sector that ensures the government can govern and develop the nation. So to treat it as a stepchild, devoid of any respect, is political foolishness and disdainful. Finally, on this point, the notion that increases in wages and salaries are locked into lump sum to be delivered retroactively at the convenience of the government robs the public servants of the true value of any increase in their income. The government no longer has to await performance reports on the economy in the 3rd and 4th quarter to ascertain availability of monies to pay public servants in this oil economy. And yet, the government calls this development. No, Mr. Speaker, this is political vindictiveness. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024 tells us that inflation was 2% last year and is projected to rise to 2.5% this year. Just by way of comparison, the Economic Survey of Latin America and the Caribbean 2023 puts inflation in the United States and the United Kingdom at 4.4% and 6.8% respectively in 2023, and projects that it will be 2.8% and 3% respectively in 2024. That Guyana can record a 2% inflation rate, given the open nature of its economy and given the high rates of inflation recorded by its main trading partners, is a remarkable feat, if that number was to be believed. But, Mr. Speaker, ask the Guyanese family, ask the consumer, whether the average or highfalutin, and he or she would scoff at the 2% inflation rate for last year because he or she feels it. Not when pumpkin comes to the market in a biryani suit like that of the Honorable Minister Ashley Singh at $1,000 a cut with his friends and family, boro, oko, karila, cabbage, etc. Not when the prices of so many other basic food and essential items continue to spiral in 2023. Let us work with the official 2% for 2023. And a projected 2.5% for 2024. This would mean that the average inflation rate for the period 2021 through 2024 is 4.35% compared to the average of 1% for the period 2015 through 2020 under the APNU AFC government, 1%. Mr. Speaker, this simple comparison indicates that people's incomes are being systematically eroded, consequently worsening income inequalities and poverty. And the situation is worse for those on fixed incomes, such as pensioners, especially NIS pensioners. These pensioners' last increase was in 2020, when the pension was increased to $35,000, exactly half of the then minimum wage of $70,000. However, Mr. Speaker, while ministers were enjoying a 23% in their already hefty salaries between 2021 to 2023, NIS pensioners like myself suffered severely as our pensions remained static during that same period.
Since we're dealing with percentages, you've used up 100% of your first allocation. And I'm going to ask the Honorable Member Jones to give you a 25% addition to complete.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, I do move that the Honorable Member be given 25% more to complete her presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, you may continue to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It took a letter to the Stabbit News editor by my colleague, Honorable Annette Ferguson, who outlined the plight of these pensioners to prick the conscience of the government. This led to the enforcement of half the minimum wage of $86,150 and the grand announcement that the minimum pension of NIS pensioners has been increased to $43,075. Mr. Speaker, the government has not favored these pensioners. It was a right which they were denied for 3 years. I am urging government to pay the pensioners for lost income for 2021, 2022, and 2023, arising from the government's failure to implement the requirement. Equally, the government must announce adjustments to the pensions of those who are above the minimum pension, since those pensioners have not had an increase since 2020, and none was announced in the budget for 2024. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the time has more than passed for this noble House to pass legislation to have pensioners and salaries indexed in order to always maintain a current value. That is a positive development matrix, and not the negative ones outlined in this budget. Mr. Speaker, may I ask both honorable ministers of health and finance to address the grave mistake committed on the senior nurses of the Georgetown Public Hospital Corporation in 2022, whereby they are receiving the same salary as the junior nurses and technicians. You promised over 1 year ago to fix it. Please do so, I beg of you. Data. Mr. Speaker, a number of other measures have been announced in the budget. As desperate and incoherent as they are, we cannot be thankful for the morsel that has been thrown our way. We are not satisfied, and we will never be satisfied that in a growing economy, flush with cash, that we must be content with scraps. We will not be satisfied that in a $1 trillion budget, we the people are relegated to the bottom of the cement and steel pile. We love our families and friends in the diaspora, but we cannot continue to rely on them in the manner that we have done. It is shameful that in the midst of plenty, there is so much poverty. Not pockets of poverty as adverted to by Honorable Vice President Barrett Jagdeo at one of his press conferences. According to Food for the Poor, the poverty rate, that is the share of the population living below the US equivalent of $5.50 a day, is above 38.8%, and among the highest in the Caribbean and Latin America. Another startling statistic is the intensity of deprivations in Guyana, which according to the UNDP is 30.3%. Mr. Speaker, what we are witnessing is growth, but no development. Essential features of an economy tanking towards resource course. So I would like to end on this note and call on the government to develop more people-centered opportunities for the Guyanese family, to provide to really empower them, not with vain promises, as in your 2020 manifestos. You have some 32 of them here. Let me just give you a few. You promise more jobs and less crime. You promise to reduce cost of living. You promise free education in 5 years. You promise to promote an agri-energy industry producing bioethanol through sugarcane, palm oil, cassava, and corn. I'm reminding you, you promised to establish an arm's length sovereign wealth fund insulated from political interference. You promised to establish a regulatory framework which is independent of politicians. You promised to criminalize non-disclosure of receipts of funds from oil revenues. And lastly, you promised 50,000 new jobs. All I ask, Mr. Speaker, is that the government be realistic. Be realistic. For Mr. Speaker, why should Guyana be a rich country of poor people, sir? This paradox can be successfully resolved with ingenuity, creativity, and a willingness to meaningfully involve all stakeholders. Can we do it? Certainly we can. God bless us all. God bless Guyana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Before I call on the Honorable Prime Minister, just let me recognize our youth parliamentarians from last year, many of them from the ancient county. They are on the top left of my hand. And a reminder, Minister Parag submitted her documents yesterday, and it's left for the Honorable Member Maureen Philadelphia to send in her list, which was at lunchtime. If she doesn't, we still have a couple of speeches left. So we will extend that time and then we'll make our pronouncements. And now for our Honorable Prime Minister, Brigadier Mark Phillips. Floor is yours, Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must start by saying how thankful I am for this opportunity as the People's Prime Minister. Returning from representing Guyana in Africa and being given the opportunity to join the debate at this late stage. Mr. Speaker, the President, as you know, is in Africa, and I've utilized my privilege to delay been sworn in as acting president so that I can deliver and address the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, as the leader of the House, I am duty bound to be part of this debate. And Mr. Speaker, it is with immense honor and pride that I stand here today to support this national budget that was presented by our senior minister in the office of the president with responsibility for finance, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, we implemented Budget 2023 with a focus on, and I quote, improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow, end of quote. Now we continue with our strategic and holistic vision for Guyana and for our people by, and I quote, staying the course, building prosperity for all, end of quote. With the groundbreaking, historic, and again transformational budget 2024, which totals 1.146 trillion Guyana dollars. Mr. Speaker, this is a figure entering the trillion-dollar budget era that has sent shivers throughout the opposition. Shivers, they're still shivering. But, Mr. Speaker, there will be no turning back. This is just the first of many trillion-dollar budgets to come. Mr. Speaker, as the biggest budget ever in our country's history, and the first to exceed $1 trillion, the allocations in this budget all form, you'll hear shortly, all form part of the necessary and imperative plans of our government to continue to usher in a prosperous and positive future for all Guyana and all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, as we're all well aware, and as you should have heard from my colleagues on this side of the House who presented earlier throughout the week, the state of affairs of Guyana was dire when our government assumed office in August 2020. We have returned our country and our people to a state of hope. The people of Guyana, yes, we have raised their expectations. That is natural. And through our budgets, 2020 to 2024, we've continued to manage those expectations and deliver to the people as promised in our manifesto. Mr. Speaker, before August 2020, our nation was grappling with numerous challenges: crumbling infrastructure, lagging standards and quality of services across every sector, total neglect with zero opportunities for economic growth and improvement of the lives of our people. Not to mention the mismanagement of the COVID-19 pandemic in Guyana. So our government knew that we had our work cut out for us to turn it all around so that our country and people can begin to benefit as they truly deserve from a government that not only talks the talk, but can walk the walk. Our government's commitment remains steadfast. That is to transform the country into a model of progress and prosperity for the rest of the world to see. And Mr. Speaker, with this budget, we'll continue to do just that. Mr. Speaker, our efforts from August 2020 to date have fast-tracked Guyana towards that goal. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this $1 trillion budget is more than just about distributing wealth. Somebody referred to it, the previous speaker, as a sand and stone budget. Mr. Speaker, our budget is a strategic investment in our country's foundation for the future. As is evident, the majority which is allocated to infrastructure development is pivotal in creating a robust framework for sustained growth throughout Guyana. Roads, bridges, and energy projects are not just constructions. They are lifelines that connect our people and drive economic vitality. Our people, both PPPC and APNU AFC supporters, have embraced our government's infrastructural and other projects. They like to talk about boots on the ground, members of the opposition. But in addition to having your boots on the ground, have your ears to the ground and listen to the people. Mr. Speaker, we have moved Guyana to a stage where the citizens are participating in the development of their country and their communities. Go and speak to the people. Go to the communities. They're talking, they're thanking us for all the interventions, the new roads, the development and repairs to existing roads. Go and speak to them. Everybody loves to talk about the Heroes Highway. Go to Diamond and Grove and Craig and talk to the people, and they can tell you how it is easier now to get into Georgetown and to get back home after work in the afternoons. Go and speak to the people. Go and speak to the people. They can spend longer time with their family and still reach to work on time, and they can leave work, pick up a few things at the market, and get home to help their children with homework and to have family life as it should be here in Guyana. So this is not a sand and stone budget. Mr. Speaker, 2024 budget consists of concrete plans that are part of our government's comprehensive vision for holistic development. Beyond infrastructure, significant allocations are directed generously to all sectors to ensure that through our country's rapid development, every citizen will benefit from our newfound wealth. Every citizen. Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight as well that the past 4 years have seen a consistent increase in our budget. This trajectory reflects our government's dedication to addressing the pressing needs of our citizens. Education and healthcare have seen substantial boosts, lifting our people out of poverty and empowering them with the tools to thrive in a rapidly evolving world. We have made substantial investments in agriculture and energy, bolstering the capability to better utilize the strength of our country's natural resources towards a sustainable future. Mr. Speaker, this is all part of a holistic vision of growth. Our responsibility is to manage the oil revenues wisely, ensuring that every sector thrives as we continue to reiterate, we will not throw back and depend on oil and gas to move our country forward and achieve our vision of a prosperous future for our people and our country. We have repeatedly said that the oil and gas revenues must be carefully managed and used to enable the other sectors to expand so that the Guyanese from all walks of life can reap the benefits. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a testament to our commitment to building a nation that benefits from its natural resources and uses them strategically for sustainable growth. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, against this backdrop, I'm ordered to make my presentation on the four programmatic areas that fall under the auspices of the Prime Minister. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this is not a Prime Minister without a portfolio. This is the real Prime Minister, the people's Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be overworked on behalf of the people as the Prime Minister of this country. Mr. Speaker, with regards to power generation, the allocation and utilization of our resources in this domain results from the recognition that power generation is the lifeblood of our development, impacting every facet of our daily lives and the prosperity of generations to come. The gas to energy project, Mr. Speaker, I begin my presentation by bringing your attention to the monumental strides made by the Gas to Energy Task Force in shaping the future of Guyana through the transformative gas to energy power generation project. Mr. Speaker, this project is significant for all Guyanese because of the positive impacts it will have, allowing for cheaper and more affordable electricity at approximately 50% less cost when it is completed. Every Guyanese will be paying 50% less than they're paying for electricity now. And Mr. Speaker, I must add that there has not been an increase in the charge for electricity since what they were paying pre-COVID-19. This is the government, the people-centered, people-caring government that provided the billions of dollars to ensure that every Guyanese continue to pay the same rate for electricity that they have been paying prior to our assumption of office. Just imagine if the PPPC was not in government. Just imagine. I know you don't want to imagine. Even those on the other side don't want to imagine that. Because they are benefiting from the same measures they're benefiting from. So they're happy that we're in government. They're happy that we are bursting our brains, the same four men around a small table with 20 papers, bursting the brain to ensure that the negative impact as to what is happening throughout the world is not passed on to the people of Guyana. At least you can say thank you, sir. You can say thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, the Gas to Energy Task Force has made substantial progress in integrated power plant and NGL facilities, with 6.8% of balance of plant site preparation already completed. Significant progress has also been made in engineering and fabrication of gas turbines, steam turbines, and GSU transformers. Mr. Speaker, transmission lines and substation project is progressing nicely, including the completion of the land clearing and geotechnical works at substation locations and the scheduled white sand filling of Goodwalkton that was completed in December. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the Gas to Energy Task Force is poised to maintain its steadfast commitment to the seamless execution of activities across its supervised projects. Our government's focus on monetizing gas reserves is evident through the drafted and submitted discussion paper, seeking input from citizens to shape the national gas strategy. Mr. Speaker, the incorporation of citizen feedback will play a pivotal role in finalizing the strategy. Mr. Speaker, building on the progress made in the previous year, the Gas to Energy project is on track for startup, supported by advancements in onshore and offshore pipeline installations. The continuity of installation campaigns and development initiatives in 2024 underscores the sustained effort to bring this transformative project to fruition before the next election in Guyana, which is due by the end of 2025. That itself is sending shivers again in the opposition. The fact that the Gas to Energy project will be completed and will be delivering electricity at 50% of what we paying for, all Guyanese are paying for. That itself is sending shivers, and it is very cold in here, but it's sending shivers. That is sending shivers. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the works of our energy agency that is continuing to advance the implementation of our clean energy and renewable energy program, we've seen tremendous progress over the reporting period. Between 2020 and 2023, our government significantly expanded its investments in solar photovoltaic technology, witnessing a remarkable 173% increase in installed solar PV capacity from 5.3 megawatts to 14.6 megawatts throughout Guyana. The growth was achieved from strategic additions each year, including the Mabaruma solar PV farm, solar PV systems at government buildings, solar mini grids at various locations. In 2023 alone, Mr. Speaker, a substantial increase of 6.6 megawatts occurred, driven by projects like the Bartica solar PV farm, completion of solar mini grids, and widespread distribution of solar home system. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024 continues the momentum with plans for solar farms to be completed in this year in Madhya and Wakanam. Additional solar home systems will be distributed, and the development of solar mini grids and rooftop solar for government buildings project will be continued. Mr. Speaker, I wish to report to this House that 19 communities spanning regions 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, and 10 have benefited from the installation of solar PV-powered mini grids. I was, as Prime Minister, I proudly visited those communities. and handed over those solar PV mini grid systems to the communities. And one can only feel humbled. One can only feel humbled by the response of the people in those communities to this, our government, a government that is caring. The people remain thankful to our government. The people have seen the light. They have literally seen the light because many of them are in darkness. And here we have mini grids being handed over to communities free of cost, provided by the government, the people-centered, caring government. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, these are projects that we will continue to deliver to the people. Over 28,000 household solar systems were already delivered to over 120,000 people throughout Guyana benefiting from them. And more will be delivered in 2024 because the budget, the 1.146 trillion budget, caters for the continuation of these projects. Mr. Speaker, the PV systems will serve the essential social, healthcare, educational facilities, including schools, health center, village offices, multi-purpose buildings, meeting halls, public living quarters, and households. This has transformed the lives of people throughout our hinterland and riverine area. Just go and speak to the people, boots on the ground and ears to the ground, and the people are saying there's more they can do now with the light that is available. More hours of production for them, more hours of studies for their children to write their exams. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to deliver to the people. And there's so many projects I can keep going on and on about under this area. The 1.5 Kumo hydropower project and the 0.7 megawatt Mokomoko projects will come on stream in just over a year from now. And that will satisfy all the electrical needs in addition to the generators and the solar farm at Lethem. That is to satisfy all the electrical needs to that area, making it conducive for investment. Investment from the people who live there, investment from Georgia, and investment from across our frontiers. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest in renewable energy and greater use of renewable energy. We will continue in the sense that we've also find the time, money, and efforts to invest in the installation of electric vehicle charging stations in regions 3, 4, and 6. And that project will continue in 2024 and onwards. Mr. Speaker, we have just about 120 electrical vehicles in Guyana. And by installing these EV charging stations, that itself, along with the other measures, income tax relief, excise tax relief, will encourage more and more Guyanese to purchase, to import EV vehicles in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the budget allocations will allow us to construct an additional 5 solar mini grids throughout Region 9 at Kotoka, Moarinao, Yupukari, Napi, Awarinao, benefiting an additional 4,700 of our people. And this project, with an additional $150 million that is designated for renewable energy intervention in over 42 locations, will continue in regions 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Not to mention another important project, the 3 megawatt solar PV installation at Chedi Jagan International Airport, which will be operationalized this year. Mr. Speaker, the Guyana Power and Light has ramped up its gross generation capacity from 1,030,288 megawatt hours in 2022 to an estimated 1,179,000 megawatt hour in 2023. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest in GPL to improve in the short term its continued supply of stable electricity, which will get better with every day to the people of Guyana, and to bring into service areas that are underserved and unserved through 2024. So in 2024, Mr. Speaker, we plan to continue along the trajectory of successful power generation by utilizing the budgeted allocations for strategic and transformative projects. Mr. Speaker, might I remind the Honorable House that when the PPP took office in August 2020, we inherited a bankrupt GPL due to gross mismanagement of the company because, of course, a visionless bunch of elites who are too occupied and unbothered about the plights of our people. All their work consisted of was that they could grab for themselves during their tenure, which included a blatant attempt to rig the elections in front of the entire world. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the Hinterland Electrification Company, Inc., in 2020, upon taking office, significant intervention was required as critical generators in Matthews Ridge, Madia, Port Kaituma, Lethem required major overhaul. Additional generators were procured for Matthews Ridge, Lethem, Port Kaituma, Mabruma to meet growing needs. Between 2021 and 2023, projects were implemented to provide electricity access to over 700 additional households in unserved communities near Mabruma, Madia, Port Kaituma, Matthews Ridge, and Kokwani. Mr. Speaker, key achievements included the procurement, again, of new generators for Port Kaituma, Mabruma, and Lethem, improving reliability for numerous households and benefits. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, notable achievements were accomplished in the energy infrastructure projects. The upgrade of the 2.3 kV network to 13.8 kV at Linden, and I repeat, at Linden, involved successful material supply and execution of upgrade construction works. Upgrade of the Linden substation at Linden saw the completion of the construction of the substation building and the supply and installation of switchgear. Other achievements included the construction of a distribution network to 4 Mile, Port Kaituma, procurement of a main power transformer for Madia, and the procurement of line hardware for network extension, Port Kaituma. Annual electricity subsidies to residents of Region 10, a predominantly African Guyanese community that is known as the support base of the opposition, have been offset by the current government at an annual input of 4 billion Guyana dollars. Total subsidies amount to over 100 billion since its inception. And it must be noted that this is the only geographic and administrative region benefiting from such a subsidy. The same region has received $7 billion on the local budget for 2024, an increase of 100% since 2020.
Honorable Prime Minister, to power you to a conclusion, we will need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, may the Honorable Prime Minister be given time to conclude his presentation, please.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Prime Minister.
thank you for the extension. Mr. Speaker, there are so many success stories that occurred starting with August 2020 assumption of office by our administration, the PPPC government. I have noted that I have not bored anyone so far by stating all the progress that we would have made. Mr. Speaker, telecommunications, very important that I mention the liberalization of the telecommunications sector and the tremendous benefit that has been accrued to the people of Guyana. Private sector investment in the sector increased by 40% between 2020 and 2023 from 10.5 billion to 14.6 billion. Mobile subscription grew by 11% between 2020 and 2022 from 665,000 to 746,000. Broadband subscription overall grew by 15% over the period. Fixed broadband subscription grew by some 36% from 91,000 to 124,000. Mr. Speaker, these developments demonstrate the benefits accruing to Guyana from government's execution of this policy as operators step up their capacity and offerings to give the best value for the consumer's dollar. In 2021 and 2022, we have accelerated rollout of high-speed LTE networks as we release premium spectrum in the 700 megawatts to operators. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of witnessing and symbolically participating in the landing of Guyana's latest submarine fiber optic cable, Abak Marriott Hotel in Kingston. The latest landing brings to 3 the number of submarine fiber cable connecting Guyana to the internet, and the investor expects the cable to become operational this year. The benefits expected include reduction in data prices as operators further compete with each other that will benefit the people of Guyana. Increased resilience, since operators now have the opportunity to use each other's facilities as backup routes should their own cable become unavailable. The newest offering, Mr. Speaker, will add a minimum of 13 terabytes of capacity to our international internet capacity, something that we will not be able to utilize fully based on current growth over the next 25 years. Mr. Speaker, with regards to government's own national data management program, we continue to build out the national data management infrastructure to benefit the wider Guyanese community. When we took office in 2020, since the liberalization of the October 5th, 2020 Telecommunications Sector Act, there's been a significant positive impact here. Bandwidth has seen a remarkable reduction of over 90% in 2023, highlighting the benefits of breaking the monopoly. The National Data Management Center, the network uptime in 2020 was at 97%, and this continuous investment over the years has improved to over 98% to present. The upcoming investments in 2020 include restoring the secondary data center, which experienced failure in 2022. Mr. Speaker, interland connectivity has also witnessed significant improvements from 2020 to 2023. Bandwidth via the government-owned satellite system has increased from 1 megabit per second when we took office to 10 megabits per second and reaching as high as 50 megabits per second in some cases now. The unlimited and uncapped service provides residents in the hinterland and remote communities with access to basic messaging and online connectivity. Mr. Speaker, there's so many more success stories, but I'm conscious of the fact that my time is limited. The Industry and Innovation Unit has continued to educate the Guyanese public as to the digital age. Mr. Speaker, building capacity is integral to developing a knowledge-based digital society and a country that can compete in a global economy. This is why significant resources are allocated to providing ICT training to communities across Guyana. Mr. Speaker, our PPPC government took office in 2020, and insufficient number of persons were trained in ICT via coding camps and ICT trainers in selected communities. From 2020 to date, over 3,200 persons have been trained in communities across Guyana through several ICT training programs, including community-level basic ICT training, innovation camps, train the trainers, Guyanese Girls Code, and training for persons who are blind. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the I&I unit will be training a further 1,500 persons in a variety of areas from basic to advanced level, covering topical areas such as basic IT, animation, coding programming, artificial intelligence, and IT for persons with disabilities, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest in the I&I unit as it continues to bring ICT knowledge to Guyanese throughout the length and breadth of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the Department of Public Affairs and associate agencies, we'll continue in what we started in August 2020 to provide opportunities for training and development and capitalization in a strategically positioned manner to ensure that the Department of Public Affairs and associated agencies continue to build and improve in its operations for 2024 and 2025 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, disaster preparedness has acquitted, the Civil Defense Commission has acquitted itself well in 2023, and with continued budgetary support, we see this agency will continue to expand its operations to ensure that at every regional administrative level, our officials that govern are better educated in disaster management related activities. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, there's so many things, so many success stories that I can share. But I would like to note that this, Mr. Speaker, this document is the most in-demand document from the people of Guyana right now. And Mr. Speaker, you know, they say perception is reality, but the beauty of being human being is that two of us could look at the same picture and see something totally different. Mr. Speaker, I don't see darkness here. I see a well-lit highway recently constructed. In the background, I see a well-lit housing scheme still developing. What appears to be darkness is the resolves that is awaiting the investment. The investment by the private sector, the same private sector that you claim not to like. This is a photograph not of darkness. This is a photograph of development. Oh, yeah. This is a photograph of progress. This is a photograph of the hope that all Guyanese hope for. And Mr. Speaker, I conclude my presentation, and I wish to reiterate that the vision which our PPPC government set forth for budget 2024 is more than just about numbers. It encompasses the very essence of progress and prosperity for Guyana. Mr. Speaker, Guyana is on a historic journey, and budget 2024 truly allows us to stay the course as we build prosperity for all Guyanese. The budget serves as our compass. The budget serves as our compass, guiding us towards a brighter and more resilient Guyana. Mr. Speaker, it is important to reflect, to really be able to understand what we inherited and appreciate how far we have come. I've clearly outlined in my presentation the neglect and lack of resources in every sector under my purview when I became Prime Minister in August 2020. And I stand here proudly and confidently able to demonstrate that our government has done what our government has done to turn it all around in order to advance and transform every sector, every region, every community, every Guyanese. That is the PPPC's track record and will continue to be how we push ahead and get things done. Only a person with no vision or lacking the attitude to understand what this budget, just like the other previous budgets from 2020 to 2023, will do to positively impact this country and our people. Thankfully, a larger percentage of our people are able to grasp the vision and share the same, while, of course, just a smaller percentage will never be able to wrap their heads around something this major. The figure is too big for them, Mr. Speaker. I guess it is no fault of theirs that they simply lack the ability to see the bigger picture and comprehend in order to move past just the gimmicks and rhetoric for the sake of the development of our people and country. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's history will enshrine this moment as a turning point when Guyana embraced its prosperous destiny with courage and conviction. The 1.146 trillion budget is a manifestation of the PPPC's vision for setting Guyana on the global stage. Mr. Speaker, today Guyana prepares itself for a prosperous tomorrow, and I'm confident that under the leadership of our PPPC government, and united as one people and one Guyana, we shall reap a harvest of unparalleled success for Guyana and every one of our citizens. I call on my honorable friends on the other side of the house to join us and support this budget for all of Guyana to move forward with a prosperous future ahead of every single Guyanese, with no one left behind. Get on board, my friends. It is time for you to put politics aside and put our people first, because we must be reminded that each and every one of us is privileged to sit in this honorable house because the people of this country has put their trust in us and elected us to serve, not ourselves, but to serve them. They depend on us to make the right decisions. So let us use our power to do the right thing at all costs. Success and prosperity is inevitable, and we in the PPPC will ensure that we remain unwavering and encouraging consistently and engaging consistently with the people all across the country at all levels to push the agenda of the people forward, because this is all about them, the people of Guyana. Finally, let me thank our Minister of Finance, Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh, and his staff, wonderful staff, hardworking staff, for putting together this strategic document that will propel, catapult Guyana way into the 21st century. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may God Almighty continue to bless our nation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. I understand that the Honorable Member, His Excellency Dr. Bajagio, will not be speaking. And now I'd like to call on the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Member Aubrey, Norton to make his presentation.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for this opportunity. I noticed one of the members of parliament over there. He reminds me of a friend I went to school with by the name of Fu. And if you add the L, you will get his name. Mr. Speaker, I want to say a special thank you to the honorable member, Ms. Kisoon. I think she came here and attempted to change the culture or to contribute to changing the culture in this National Assembly by critiquing the budget. Unfortunately, the Assembly, especially on that side, is not disposed to such level of performance. But again, I say thank you. Even though I will remind you, though you said we now have food security, it should be recalled that it is Forbes Burnham who led this country on the road to food security. Mr. Speaker, I felt hurt when the honorable member, Mr. Hamilton, deteriorated to the point where he had to be mentioning the children of ministers and members of parliament who obtain scholarships. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. Once no law is violated, once the child has the ability and the capacity to absorb the education, then like any child in this country, that child has the right to free education. I believe, Mr. Speaker, people end up going down that road when they didn't prepare to defend the portfolio. Mr. Speaker, in the same context, I want to say that I heard about 4 speakers from the other side mentioning Honorable Ganesh Maipal house lot, insinuating that a crime was committed. No crime was. Mr. Speaker, each and every one in this house is entitled to a house. And once again, they violated no law and they can manage it, then they should be entitled to a house. Mr. Speaker, there are a few things that I must say before I get into my actual presentation. One of the first things I want to say is that the great philosopher Aristotle once said that there is no comparison among non-equals, and therefore it should not make sense, or it is unfair to compare 26 years against 5 years between 2015 and 2020. Mr. Speaker, nobody on that side of the house, Sonia, my dear, let me say this to you. I have no doubt that you could involve the 28 years, but you didn't. Throughout the budget presentation, you were comparing 2015 to 2020 with the rest of the PPP term. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this budget and the people who spoke on its behalf appear to be judging progress based on what the wealthy gets. That's unfortunate. I want to make it very clear. We are not critical of the private sector. We are critical of crony capitalism that is developing in this society. And so we want to make that very clear. Even if you were a capitalist society, free enterprise, there would have been competition and the resources would have been allocated based on competition. What is happening in government today is the government is using the power at its disposal to distribute our resources in an unfair way. I must say to the honorable member, Mr. Rodriguez, I think it was, who talked about our people. I hope you are convinced that our people mean all Guyanese, because all of those that spoke after you said our people. And I want to make it very clear to you, when I say our people, I mean the people of Guyana. And because, Mr. Speaker, I believe I have some facility in the English language. Had I wanted to speak about our, I would have said ourselves, but I said our people. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of my colleagues on this side who use statistics to establish their case. I am aware that the government has a disdain and a fright for numbers, but we did, and I must congratulate them for laying the reality bare. Mr. Speaker, Franklin D. Roosevelt stated, and I quote, that the test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much. It is whether we provide enough for those who have too little. This budget has not provided for those who have too little. Mr. Speaker, this aptly describes our arguments in this budget. We are not against the private sector. We are not against legitimate businesses receiving contracts. We are against the manipulation of the system to provide PPP crony contractors who are ill-equipped and incompetent with contracts that results in wanton waste and facilitating a slush fund for the PPP elite, friends, families, and favorites. Rich to the rich at the expense of those who have little and deserve more. In the extreme situation, there is no progress for those who have little. Consequently, our society is not progressing. Some are at the expense of others. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget of deceit. I repeat that. This is a budget of deceit. It scores high on the art of deceit. It sets out to deceive the people of Guyana. It seeks to make the average Guyanese believe there is something in it for them. There is nothing. It is presented as if there are successes in the non-oil sector. There is little or none for those not benefiting directly from the oil and gas sector. The budget identifies many projects, but the reality is they cannot complete many of those projects. I want to remind this House that throughout the years, we were told, oh, our projects are transformative. Let me remind the Honorable Prime Minister, Skeldon's sugar factory and generating component was to light up Guyana, was to make energy cheaper. It never did. Let me remind this House, Mr. Speaker, that there was to be a fiber optic cable that will give these children cheap internet wherever they are. It did not. Let me remind this House, Mr. Speaker. Let me remind this House, Mr. Speaker, that we were to have packaging factories packaging the most beautiful packages. I heard a change the sent into some other building now. Mr. Speaker, if we judge from the history of this government, the gas to shore will experience the same fate, failure. And so those projects are deceit again. This budget uses figure to paint a picture of progress when there is little or no progress apart from the oil sector and its attendant services. It uses jargons to deceive the people. It speaks in percentage to deceive the people. The honorable minister sat here and trying to tell us about election and said, we increase our votes in Region 10 in Linden by 100%. Any child would know if you had 1 and you increase to 2 is 100%. Who are you deceiving? You are deceiving yourself. When you go to the actual figures, people are worse off under this PPP administration. It sets out to make people feel they are being empowered when they are not. This budget deceives. The government has no plan for this nation. Mr. Speaker, last year I argued that the PPP has no plan for Guyana. And our opponents on the other side, I prefer to say friends, but sometimes they behave as opponents. Our friends on the other side were furious when I said that. I hope my colleagues on the other side will accept the argument this year. Since no better a person has stated that the government does not have a plan than the head of state in this country, who in an interview with Jose Enrique Arrijo of the America's Quarterly World Political Review stated in his 23rd January 2024 article entitled, "Can Guyana Beat the Resource Curse?" He stated that, and I quote, "When I asked President Ali if his government's present and future ambitions were consolidated in some plan," unquote, the president responded, and I quote, "I've been writing a plan as we go along because we don't have the time to have a plan and then implement it," unquote. Mr. Speaker, imagine.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah.
The references to His Excellency and
For heaven's sake.
please. No, you know. And again, I don't want to quote the legal principle, but please.
But
let us restrict ourselves.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that if I can lay over to you this article that I've committed no offense, so I can't talk about the president at all in this place?
No.
I have never seen that rule, but I will live with it for now.
Okay, if you want, we can suspend and you can check for the 107.
Live with it for now.
Thank you.
And I promise you, he would not be mentioned because Mr. Speaker, every country that takes development serious needs a plan. Mr. Speaker, I want to make the point. Guyana's problem is no longer a shortage of financial resources. The resources now exist. The issue is who can best allocate those resources to ensure that all Guyanese benefit in a way that improves their quality of life. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we in the opposition offer ourselves to the people of Guyana as the ones who can do that with our people-centered development strategy and vision that put the interest of our people first. Mr. Speaker, This budget does not serve the people of Guyana. This budget cannot reduce the cost of living. It cannot end poverty, since it is designed to give those who have more and relegate the working poor to being dependent on handouts from the government and to live a life of poverty. Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason there is the need for our people-centered development strategy. Mr. Speaker, I know the government well. Soon you see they start using people-centered here and there, you know they're creeping in. They lack ideas, so they must plunder. And so I will opt to define clearly what we mean by our people-centered development strategy. Our people-centered development strategy puts people first and will utilize the resources of Guyana to achieve the ultimate goal of providing a high quality of life to the people of Guyana through the direct and indirect transfer of resources to the people of Guyana, to educate them, support their mobilization of resources to work, and for investments with the aim of alleviating and ultimately eradicating poverty, while simultaneously resulting in the sustainable development of all communities and sectors of the Guyanese society, as well as the promotion of good governance and the creation of a just and prosperous society. The PCDS will ensure that the needs of the people, such as healthcare, housing, water, electricity, education, transportation, and other social service are of high quality and guaranteed. That is what we promise our people. Mr. Speaker, it is only with such an approach in which we provide for those who have too little that we can able to say we are progressing. The PPP has shown by this budget that they are anti the middle class and anti the working poor, and is focused on making a few super rich at the expense of poor Guyanese. That this budget has no focus on measures to alleviate and ultimately reduce poverty is a serious indictment on this uncaring government that facilitates the impoverishment of our people. In this regard, I wish to refer this House to the draft of measures I outlined in last year's budget to reduce poverty. The Honorable Gail Teixeira came and lifted the document up, and after that, she did not, I'm speaking to her in a capacity as a member of parliament. And after that, the honorable member was unable to say anything else because the information was there. Apart from the absence of anti-poverty measures in the budget, the delivery of a mere 6.5% to our public servants is unacceptable and forces me to repeat our call for our workers to be provided with a livable income and that the income tax threshold should be raised to $150,000. Mr. Speaker, that should be easy to do in this oil economy. For some reason, the government seems to don't want to improve the lives of the ordinary people. We urge you to. Many in this country spout the words Guyana is the fastest growing economy in the world. It is among the 10 richest countries in the world. With the 2024 budget now out, the immodest refrain includes the highest budget in the country. While all these sentiments are true, there seems to be very little awareness by the government that the newfound wealth is not reaching as widely and as deeply as it should into the economy and the lives of our people. Mr. Speaker, the reality is the wealth from oil is not meeting our people. Many children in this country of the poor cannot get to school because the parents don't have the resources to send them. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned that we can produce a budget that does not serve our people. The lyrics of success are mostly from the oil and gas song, which sits at the top of the billboard of economic industries in Ghana and is likely to remain there for a long time unless something catastrophic or dramatic occurs. Mr. Speaker, if the government does not address this new reality and its consequence in a prudent and careful manner, Ghana can easily become a country deeply afflicted by many crises resource-rich countries are known to experience. We appear to be already heading in that direction. We have started to become conspicuously divided by wealth, and we must prevent the income chasm from widening and leading to economic and social instability. We should use our wealth to promote stability and not divisiveness. We must build an economy that uplifts the quality of life of our people and the environment in which they and our businesses must operate. We must make true the maxim, Mr. Speaker, that a rising tide lifts all boats. We cannot afford to leave the powerless behind. We cannot afford to leave the poor behind. Clearly, the oil and gas industry has changed our country, as reflected also in its impact on our economy and revealed in the demand for goods and services through employment, through the need for various support services, and through its involvement in sporting and cultural activities. Positioned in a dominant role and soaring like the formidable and majestic harpy eagle, the oil and gas industry accounted for 70% of Guyana's gross domestic product in 2023. It is expected to make an even larger contribution in 2024 and several years beyond, as it flies high above the other industries that many continue to cling to for their livelihood. And that is important. We seem to be treating the oil and gas industry like if it is the only thing in Guyana, when a lot of Guyanese depend on other industries. Government needs to take action to stimulate growth and development in other industries and to initiate development in new industries, as stated by the Honorable Member, Mr. Sherwin Holder. In this regard, the government is advised to establish a broad task force on new industries and services to ascertain which industries and services should be developed, having discussed and formulated policies and programs based on proper scientific analysis and studies. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this government seems not to have an interest in such studies, but they are important. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this budget has no sums allocated to undertake this important task. Clearly, the government lacks vision. Less than 5 years ago, it took 20 of the 29 industries that we track to generate 90% of our GDP. It now takes 8 industries. This means that 20 out of 29 private sector or private sector oriented industries now account for 10% of the national pie. It is necessary that we work assiduously to ensure that the non-oil sector is expanded to reduce the dependence on oil and ensure we develop a resilient and diversified economy that could protect and serve the interests of future generations. I wish I had seen this as a goal of the budget. This concentration of income among a small number of industry clearly has implications for how the resources of this country are being distributed among its industries and people. This is a concern that is not obvious to us in this budget, as reflective in the massive spending on infrastructure with little regard for our people, as will be shown later. Mr. Speaker, I must clarify, we're not against capital projects. But we're saying to you, capital projects that bear no relationship to human resource and other development will not serve us good. I might be forced to wake up the Honorable Ejil. Yes, thanks for getting up. You did say to us, if we don't want the Demerara, the Wisma Mackenzie Bridge, we're telling you we want it. And we're telling you that it's we who initiated it. We want cheap electricity, but the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, none of them could tell us the actual figure of what we will pay. They keep telling us it will be half the cost and quarter the cost. I want to remind you, Skeldon was to do the same. Mr. Speaker, this budget fails to charter a course for a wider array of industries to contribute to our national income. Our people-centered development strategy will undertake the task, since we are sanguine that a wider array of industries can contribute far more resources to allocate to the people's development. Industries such as other crops, construction, gold, real estate, administrative services, financial service, and the distributive trade are among the top 8 contributors to our GDP. Though currently so placed, they have also changed position. The budget does not seem to acknowledge the changes occurring. Other crops is now second in place, while gold, which previously occupied second place, now sits in 7th place. Rice manufacturing, which ranked 15 in 2019, ranked 19 in 2023. Education, which ranked 12th in 2019, ranked 15 in 2023. The redistribution in the ranking of many of industries shows that some industries that were once significant players or in economy no longer hold that profile. There might be reasons other than the influence of oil and gas for the change in ranking, but it is clear that the effective industries must think of what the changes mean to their competitiveness and their future in the economy. The budget has no measures to address this change situation. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, education, which fell from 12th in 2019 to 15th in 2023, is a clear indication that human resource development is not given the focus it deserves. And it's not that we're against certain things, but the focus is necessary. Our people-centered development strategy will significantly improve the education sector because we believe that the development of human capital is critical to the success of any country development. Mr. Speaker, if you go through all the countries in this world and their development, one common trend that runs through them is the quality of education. And so we urge a greater focus on education. A major lifeblood of our economy is international trade. As a country that relies heavily on foreign trade, we must be concerned as to what the changes in our economy mean for the acquisition and distribution of foreign currency. The new concentration of our economy reveals that 2 industries, oil and gold, generated 94% of foreign exchange earnings in 2023. According to existing data, one can envisage oil exceeding the 90% share of foreign earnings that it was responsible for in 2023 in the not too distant future. While we bask as a country in the financial glow of the oil industry, one must wonder what role the current policy on the management and use of foreign generated earnings might be playing in determining access to foreign currency for the business community and the wider society. This is another issue not addressed in the budget. We believe it is important and incumbent on the government to manage the situation properly so that our local private sector can access foreign exchange to grow their businesses. If you like the local private sector, then you need to manage our foreign exchange sector so that they don't cry out. Shortage of foreign currency should not abound in a country where export revenues have grown by over 700% in less than 4 years. And its trade balance has shifted from a deficit in 2019 to a surplus of over US $6.5 billion in 2023. It hurts when the private sector keeps crying out that they don't have adequate resources. By blindly supporting the investment priorities of this government, private sector entities might be serving as the architect of their own inability to access foreign currency to conduct their business. The government's insistence that cement, sand, and stone must dominate the consumption patterns of the country ought to cause consternation among Guyanese. Our foreign exchange management must facilitate the development of the local private sector in the non-infrastructure sectors. When Guyanese had budgets in the 100 and 200 billion, the government could not complete spending the money in a reasonable time. Delays in projects were obvious. In a matter of 2 years, the budget has jumped from billions to trillion. And all Guyanese know that 2 years were not enough time to see an expansion in the absorptive capacity of this country to handle a budget that has grown 3 times in size. Imposing this undue burden on the finances of our country, knowing the risks of waste, inefficiency, and corruption, leads one to the inevitable conclusion that the PPP government has scant regard for the people of Guyana. In this regard, therefore, Mr. Speaker, government needs to ensure that we improve our capacity to implement programs and develop projects that can be realistically implemented and avoid development projects which will place the nation's resources in the hands of the PPP elite, family, friends, and by now you know, favorites. The reconfigurations of our economy just mentioned do not seem to be a matter of concern to this government, since this budget appears not to anticipate the challenges that will confront the people and businesses of this country, as any budget should. The government continues always in a new situation. I want to draw to the attention of the government that the situation has changed, and this whole approach of large budget, plenty spending would not necessarily result in development. Admittedly, the minister used plenty of jargons and an array of numbers to convey the impression that his government cares about the people of this country. What he said in the budget does not comport with the general sentiments and feelings about survival in this oil-rich and fastest growing economy. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge those on that side to be on the road and understand what people are facing. Mr. Prime Minister, as you fly past with outriders, which you're entitled to, remember, you're missing the opportunity to know the reality of our people. And I want to say this to you, Mr. Prime Minister. I want to say this to you, Mr. Prime Minister. While you talk of being on the ground and listening, when we see the videos of the Vice President and company, they tend to ill-treat the people, not listen to them. The concern that this presentation...
Honorable PM, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, be careful about imputing.
Okay, let me rephrase. We believe you need to listen to the people so that you understand their reality and don't arrive at your own conclusions about them. The concern that this presentation expresses here can be understood in the situation of the public servants who endure all sorts of inconveniences and hardship, from inadequate wages, high prices, blackouts, water shortages, poor health services, and transport fatigue to keep the government functioning. These should not be the hallmark of the fastest growing economy in the world. Unfortunately, they are. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister was speaking, I know his house has generator, but blackouts are many. Amidst the daily stresses of life, their patriotism, this is the public service, and commitment to work continue to be abused by the government. One theme that has been emerging constantly, as if intended as therapy for the workers, is the reduction or removal of VAT from certain commodities and the gaining of special treatment for the private sector. The impression that one gets is that the government has been trying to focus the attention of people on imaginary taxes and tax benefits while spending their money on goods and services. We see this as an attempt to distract consumers from the relatively meager incomes that they are receiving and the economic plight in which they place themselves. Another case of deceit, I contend. That gimmick is not working because public servants know what they can afford and what they cannot afford. They are the ones living and feeling it. They are the ones who know if they can feed their children 7 days a week or only 2. We are fortunate over the years to have benefited from the wisdom of Professor Clive Thomas, a distinguished Guyanese economist and a champion of workers' rights in this country. He has contributed extensively to economic thought regionally and around the world as well. His work makes it easy for us to dispel the illusion that Guyanese are benefiting from the oil wealth of this country. Professor Clive Thomas, in a series of articles in 2012, drew our attention to a simple technique referred to as the tax level that can be used to determine how the income in an economy is allocated between the government and the rest of us. It is very important for Guyanese to be aware of this because this government, in its budget presentations, has perfected the art of deceit and tries to tell us that the reduction of tax here and the removal of tax there ought to be making our lives better. Nothing could be further from the truth. Professor Thomas pointed out that the tax level indicates the amount of money that the government takes from us and the amount that it leaves us with. Because this tool considers the impact of all taxes on our income, no harm is done in ignoring the constant referrals by the government to the removal of VAT here and there. Whatever taxes will impact us would show up in the tax level analysis. The 2024 budget will leave Guyanese with 88% of their income, while the government will take 12%. Withdrawals from the Natural Resource Fund are included here, since royalties and taxes paid by Exxon and its partners are paid into the fund. The high percentage of disposable income, 88%, belies the reality of public servants in this country. In 2024, the public servants will receive 2% of all the income Guyana earns. This means that the public servants will keep 1.92% of that money. The minister told this assembly that inflation will be 2.5 in 2024. What it means then is that the public servants in this oil-rich country will get the benefit of 1.88% of the money earned. With that share of income, the public servant can hardly believe that the government is grateful for their service. The reality is that the people of Guyana are benefiting little or nothing from the budget. Our people-centered development strategy will rectify the situation and put more money in our people's pockets through direct and indirect transfer of resources to our people, while ensuring we promote and protect the right of future generations to benefit from our national patrimony. With a benefit of only 1.88%, it should be clear to all who care to pay attention that the oil money is not reaching public servants of this country. And the current wage practices of the government has made public service worse off than they were before. The evidence of this assertion is the progressive yearly rise in income under the APNU ASC from 4.21% in 2015 to 4.29% in 2019. The finance minister will tell you that that is true. In contrast, every year from 2021 under the PPP, the real income of workers went down. An important revelation here is that all the exemptions and removal of taxes are of no real benefit to the public servants of this country in the face of this reality. Our comparative performances show that between 2015 and 2020, people were our priority, and we attempted to ready the nation for oil, first oil. Our PCD will continue this trajectory. To make this point clearer, it is useful to examine the transfer that Guyanese, including public servants, receive under the various handout packages of the government. In 2024, the government plans to give Guyanese 1.44% of the country's oil wealth to implement their income, to supplement their income. These monies will go directly to support school children, teachers, youths, pensioners, and those depending on public assistance. Some will also be used to support business ventures. This is money that will go directly to the beneficiaries, whether through cash vouchers or other forms of transfer. I want you to see that I am acknowledging that people are getting money. The problem is they are not getting enough. When public service incomes are combined with the supposed generosity of the government, they would have gained access to a mere 3% of the 2024 income of this country. It is not surprising, therefore, to see that the people of this country place more emphasis on remittances, which at 5% of the 2024 GDP exceeds the entire earning and grants public servants receive from the government. It is clear Guyanese in the diaspora are doing more for the working poor in Guyana than the PPP government. I wish to thank our patriotic Guyanese in the diaspora and reject Minister Ramson Jr. idle talk about Guyanese sending money to those in the diaspora. And even if that is true, it is only the PPP elite which has such capacity. The average Guyanese cannot afford to live, not just to send money to friends in the diaspora. He walks with his head in the air and knows not what happens on the ground. This government might have people on their minds, but not at the center of the country's development. Consequently, it is not surprising to learn through the media, including social media, of how desperate poor Guyanese have become, that they have resorted to improper financial practices. When I saw a young man going to jail recently, it was heart-wrenching. The government cannot find the solution for these problems because they are part of the problem. However, what is interesting is the reluctance of this administration to pursue the allegations of wrongdoings at high levels in this society. They are well prepared to go after the small man. but the machinery protects he who can damage us. It is against this dismal background that the government and its acolytes are going around selling illusions to the people of this country that owning a home automatically enables them to be a business investor. I was surprised when I heard the finance minister saying that. The people of this country are advised to understand that the doubling of the value of a home does not mean that one is capable of servicing a loan. This grandiose notion about home ownership and business investing can lure people into losing their homes to a bank or some other creditor if the business is a failure. Potential borrowers could be sent into depression if rejected by a bank for inadequate cash flows. The advice from this side of the house is to get advice from experts and not any politician or fly-by-night business promoter. Always keep in mind the old adage, look before you leap. Mr. Speaker, there is hope. Our PCDS will provide homes on a rent-to-own basis, and we will replicate the successes the PNC had when it produced homes in South Randall and other areas without putting the house owner at the risk of losing the house. The government's admission that they will have to change the withdrawal rules of the Natural Resource Fund to finance the profligate spending demonstrate to the nation what we have been saying all along. There is no plan whatsoever or method to the PPP madness, save enriching themselves, their friends, families, and favorite. This is especially clear given that it is only a short while ago that the PPP passed the law hurriedly amidst widespread public condemnation at the lack of consultation. We must also bring to this nation's attention is that the chaotic governance in concert with a willingness to change the Natural Resource Fund rules on a whim puts the nation's finances and economy at great risk, while also robbing future generations of the certainty that there will be resources saved to help them face their own challenges and opportunities in the future. The PPP is not accounting for a possibility of a prolonged price crisis, such as we saw during the 2014-2016 oil price crash, or even the COVID-19 pandemic. Rather, they have accelerated spending on infrastructure, which we all know to be a primary avenue used to place ill-gotten gains at the disposal of the PPP and its cronies, masquerading as contractors. They are doing this, Mr. Speaker, because they know that this is either the last budget or the second to last budget. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the government refuses to engage in any conversation about the interest payments received by the NRF, which we have pointed out are a valuable source of revenue once a structure that facilitates sustainable spending is developed. The European UAFC government in waiting will be involved in sustainable spending while putting the improvement of the quality of life of the people at the center of such spending. Mr. Speaker, we're not opposing spending. We want it to be done properly, and the people must benefit. This attitude of unsustainable spending carries over to the investment committee of the NRF, where the PPP has still not appointed the opposition's choice for the investments committee, though I've reminded my honorable friend, Mr. Dr. Ashni Singh. Is it that they are hiding activities of the fund, which they know will be revealed once our representative is appointed? I am glad if it is not. Well, then appoint him. The NRF, with its hundreds of billions of dollars in deposit, cannot continue to drift along in the wind like a discarded $20 bill. We must see action on this issue immediately. Mr. Speaker, I have remarked about the PPP's relentless thirst for plundering the treasury, but I must not neglect their similar enthusiasm for incompetence. The government has increased its public sector investment program by nearly 60% without implementing the desperately needed governance reforms that would allow them to effectively manage yet another sharp increase in spending. Every day we traverse the streets, there are more potholes than road, or witness some fresh calamity. How many more times will the government have to rebuild the Grove Road before it is even? Half of the road is always higher than the other half. And the Minister of Works has the audacity to say the road is being affected because of large trucks traversing it. Mr. Minister, obviously, a road which serves sand trucks has to be built to the specifications, Mr. Minister, that will allow them to operate, unless the intention is to have the road deteriorate so that another contract can be awarded. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Public Works should take note that a lot of the roads we are still building them on the specification of the days when we had 2-ton trucks as maximum. But tell us, so why those same big trucks in the United States, etc., don't damage the road? We in the opposition are committed to the good governance of Guyana and will dedicate resources to hiring experts, consultants, and thousands of Guyana's young people to conduct analysis and gather data. Right now, even the minister with responsibility for finance must surely be in the dark as to the unemployment rate or the rate of wage growth or contraction last year, since no official statistics are being regularly published. Mr. Speaker, I try my best to get the unemployment rate, and I cannot. If they have it and they're hiding it, then that's also sad. This is unacceptable, and we need to see a renewed focus on gathering data and conducting analysis. There is a saying that you cannot manage what you cannot measure. And that certainly is the case in Guyana today. When I saw the vice president saying, all we know to do is studies, etc., I was glad, because if the studies we did make, they could implement bridge and a number of other things. But the things they are doing now have no studies. What we can measure, however, Mr. Speaker, is the epic scale of the waste and squandermania. The PPP has refused to engage with IMF estimates that out of every dollar spent in the public sector investment program, 41 cents are lost. And the IMF consistently urged governance reform. Last year, ignoring these necessary reforms resulted in $172 billion in waste. And this year, the total will climb to over $250 billion Guyana dollars. In fact, the PPP is borrowing approximately as much money as it is wasting. This squandering of a nation's patrimony must not continue. Mr. Speaker, this casual approach to enormous sums is reflected in the government's handling of the audit of oil resources. The government must commit to funding auditors, training auditors, and hiring first-class audit firms to examine offshore oil expenses. We saw Guyana nearly miss out on more than 100 million that could be recovered, and the government has demonstrated little interest in furthering the arbitration process that will reclaim these funds. Mr. Speaker, any patriotic government would have wanted to get those funds to put it at the service of the people of Guyana. On the other hand, the government has again demonstrated its disinterest in the working people. That they could present a budget in excess of $1 trillion while offering a minimal increase in the tax threshold is disgraceful. And they should, sorry, I can't use be ashamed. They should review it. Low to middle income Guyanese are paying tens of billions of dollars in taxes while government wastes money rebuilding roads over and over again. We reiterate our call for the tax threshold to be raised to 150,000 immediately and for further large wages and salary increases given the oil industry's continued growth. Low to middle income Guyanese should not be paying taxes in a country that, adjusting for prices, has the 10th highest GDP in the world, GDP per capita in the world. We must all bear as a warning the historic example of Equatorial Guinea, which once boasted both of a 75% poverty rate and a per capita GDP higher than Spain. The PPP does not like to think about poverty, hardship, or the day-to-day struggle of Guyanese. So the idea of a large tax threshold increase would never occur to them. A reduction in the rate of VAT to 8% is also feasible, given the expected tens of billions of additional tax revenue for 2024. If this is done, Mr. Speaker, it will also put billions in the pocket of everyday Guyanese, directly combating the cost of living crisis. Guyanese can look forward to a significant reduction in tax under the next APNU-AFC government. Mr. Speaker, we believe that our country needs to democratize finance. That means increasing access to banking across Guyana, improving financial literacy, and developing our local stock market. I spoke with an economist at length who is not PNC on this issue. Industries in our hinterland regions made a significant contribution to the non-oil economy, but most banking requires gold miners, loggers, and others to come all the way to the coast to deposit savings. This not only discourages savings, but it also hinders those local economies that could benefit from access to credit, which can only materialize if they are savings institutions. These should be complemented by mobile money and online banking services. Of course, you will have to extend the internet properly and don't hide it from people. To facilitate such development, we can offer investment concessions to banks, which open branches in hinterland region. And these tax concessions will quickly pay for themselves in the form of increased growth and tax revenue across these regions. This is reflected in the lack of access to our stock exchange that is limiting the average Guyanese ability to invest. Mr. Speaker, the few brokers that allow citizens to purchase stocks are concentrated in Georgetown, and they are hindered by a stock market that only trades once a week. These brokers should similarly benefit from tax concessions for establishing more branches across Guyana, but also be encouraged to develop financial products that serve the investing needs of average Guyanese. At this point, it would be remiss of me not to emphasize the need for financial literacy and a more focused thinking government attitude towards finance in general. Financial institutions have expressed distress at the fact that regulators are extremely slow to consider and approve new financial products, even where those products have clear benefits to the average Guyanese. Retirement investments vehicles, such as target date funds, should be encouraged so that Guyanese can better plan for their futures. Mr. Speaker, this is a critical issue. And I do believe the government needs to revisit the pension that retired government workers are getting. They are nowhere close to livable incomes. Our citizens must also be educated about the benefits of investing, planning ahead for expected life expenses and the general advantage of making use of the financial system. This must be introduced at high school level, but also at the University of Guyana and other high learning institutions through a deliberate government outreach program. Mr. Speaker, as this economy changes, if our people are to benefit, their level of financial literacy has to increase, and it is incumbent on the government to do that. The US Federal Reserve highlights that 58% of Americans own stock, often through varied financial products, where sadly, many Guyanese are not even aware that Guyana has a stock exchange. Mr. Speaker, these policies and interventions will benefit Guyanese considerably, with the Federal Reserve indicating that US households added $2.6 trillion in wealth in just one quarter last year due to the ownership of stocks. On the other hand, firms will no doubt be encouraged to list on a more developed stock exchange, as well as those currently on the exchange benefit. Similarly, according to the UNDP, the expansion of banking and finance to those who lack such access can contribute to growth more than 1% of the non-oil GDP annually. This is surely a low-hanging fruit that the government can pick. Even further, Mr. Speaker, improving access to banking and financial markets will also provide an opportunity for Guyanese to increase domestic competition in the private sector. This is vital to help bring prices down during this cost of living crisis. We believe the government should encourage this by, in addition to the above measures, providing the Small Business Bureau far more resources for loans and grants. The minimal increases in loans and grants provided to small businesses demonstrate that the government sadly has little interest in small businesses. We have also advocated the establishment of a national productivity bank, which should aim to finance productivity enhancing efforts by medium to large-scale businesses. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that the government must support the work of the Competition and Consumer Affairs Commission, but we believe much more must be done in this regard. A deliberate effort to educate the public about the Commission, as well as the dangers of anti-competitive business practices, must be made. This should include reaching out to high schools, the University of Guyana, and the other institutions of higher learning, as mentioned above, with the goal of ensuring citizens can recognize anti-competitive behavior and are aware of how to report these practices. We recognize that protecting consumers is an important element of this Commission responsibility. But it is also critical that we address the anti-competitive behavior that consumers and businesses are complaining has kept prices elevated, even as some elements of imported inflation cooled. Promoting an environment in which there is free and open competition is in the interest of business, citizens, and our country as a whole. We cannot allow local industries to suffer. Rather, we must develop a culture of innovation and dynamism. Mr. Speaker, I know that the government is running from competition because competition tends to remove your power to allocate resources arbitrarily, but you should move in that direction. Mr. Speaker, it will be remiss of me if I do not point out that the national priorities in this budget are misplaced, and in some cases, non-existent. The fact that Budget 2024, like those since 2020, is not guided by an integrated development strategy and plan is starkly evident. Had it been, it would have contained national budget priorities, but the minister identified none. Every expenditure was treated as equal in importance and necessity. Mr. Speaker, as I move to conclude, the next APNU AFC government will have the following national priorities: alleviating and ending poverty and a guaranteed livable income. As a priority, not much needs to be explained here. Mr. Speaker, The PPP ducks and ignores this critical national goal and instead hides behind the smoke screen of increased disposable income. But as every Guyanese knows, higher disposable income is a myth against the reality of high cost of living, increasing inflation, and rising household debt. The AP and UAFC will treat this issue of ending poverty and guaranteeing livable income as a serious priority. 2, combating the high cost of living. I don't think, Mr. Speaker, I need to go through this, but to say to you that we need to combat the high cost of living, and the AP and UAFC will do that. The third priority is defense and security. Mr. Speaker, how can the PPP government neglect to speak about defense and security as a budgetary priority? How can the government fail to treat defense and security as an integrated strategy deserving special and holistic attention? One would have expected that spending on the following matters would have merited a dedicated section in the budget speech. A stronger military, enhanced diplomatic capability, more robust border protection, special programs for border communities, and a Venezuelan migrant resettlement policy, but not with the PPP shouting that none of those that I have mentioned can be found in the budget. The budget leaves much to be desired when it comes to the protection of our territorial integrity. Ghana faces threats from its eastern and western border, though less eminent from its eastern neighbor. Inattentiveness to our foreign policy has led to the downplay of diplomacy as our first line of defense. This short-sightedness was evident from the delay in appointing ambassador to 2 of our important border countries, Brazil and Venezuela. It also appeared in the lack of diligence by our foreign service to remain unaware for more than 1 year that a sister CARICOM nation had accepted a gift that degraded Guyana's ownership of the Essequibo. The future of this CARICOM country, the failure of this CARICOM country to alert us to this occurrence in a timely manner raises questions about the suitability of that person to remain fairly engaged in a neutral way in the follow-up to the Argyle Declaration. We wish to inform this House that we do not have confidence in his leadership. It is not in the interest of Guyana for that particular Prime Minister to be involved in the follow-up to the Argyle Declaration. Thank him for the service given before, but let him move on. Our confidence that the seriousness of the Essequibo is fully understood by this government is very low. This is a point of concern because the budget does not give clear enough signals that all appropriate actions will be taken to place our citizens in a stronger position to invest and enjoy life in the Cinderella County. An appreciation of the potential of Essequibo as the largest region of our country must be in priority being given its development and that of its residents. Where in this budget is this priority reflected? Nowhere. Mr. Speaker, there is need for a clear strategy to engage Guyanese communities bordering Venezuela so that they are engaged, conscious, secured, trained, and committed to ensuring Essequibo continues to be part of Guyana. We cannot just hope. We must use the resources of this country to achieve these noble objectives. Merely saying Guyana is we own will not allow us to achieve those objectives. We need a plan to ensure Essequibo continues to be we own. Mr. Speaker, there is need for a well-designed and articulated economic diplomatic strategy aimed at promoting and protecting our territorial integrity and for the enhancement of the capabilities of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to implement such a strategy. We cannot sit idly by and allow Venezuela to use Petro-Caribbean dollars to undermine individual Caribbean countries' solidarity and support for Guyana against Venezuela. We are sleeping at the wheel. We must be of assistance to sister Caribbean nations in our time of plenty, as Trinidad and Tobago did in their time of plenty. Mr. Speaker, to do that demands the careful management of our oil resources so we can have an oil diplomatic strategy. Unfortunately, our oil resources are being mismanaged. Skill development and job placement, our next priority. Mr. Speaker, while Budget 2024 highlights the problem of labor shortage, temporary employment, and the mismatch between jobs and skills, and while the minister does not mention GOAL and other government training programs, what is missing is the treatment of this issue as a national priority. One would have expected a cohesive and coherent plan that includes a national coordinating agency to achieve such objectives as skills upgrading, matching skills to job, measures to increase retention of workers, measures to increase women participation in the workforce, measures to expand apprenticeship scheme, and programs to teach fundamental numeracy and literacy. Plenty ideas for you to work on. Mr. Speaker, 5, increasing Guyana's share of oil revenue. The government has made it clear that its position is to depend on the addition of new FPSOs as the sole means of increasing oil revenue for the country. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House view it as a national priority to increase oil income through tighter audits and monitoring to prevent financial leakages, building our human capacity to monitor oil operation and the employment of expert firms to advise this government. 5, national teachers and workers. Mr. Speaker, many who sit in the government benches are promoting the building of schools and hospitals as if it is the solution to the crisis in education and health. We on this side of the House believe, I want you to listen to this, Honorable Manik Chan. We on this side of the House believe there is a need for schools and hospitals. However, we believe the mere building of schools and hospitals and training of teachers and nurses will not solve the problem. We need to train. We need to retrain existing teachers and nurses through the provision of greater benefits, higher status, and the creation of a teaching environment propitious to children learning and teachers and other supportive staff in education being comfortable. That is what is needed. The same is equality for nurses. In this regard, therefore, the next APNUC government will establish a national task force for the training and retaining of teachers and nurses. Having studied the problems, the task force will be responsible for developing policies, programs, and projects to ensure we have trained teachers and nurses who the system can retain. There is no sense in training for export. Youth development. This budget fails to adequately address the youth question. Our youth need to be prepared to take the opportunities that are emerging. Unfortunately, the youth is faced with many challenges, among which are high levels of illiteracy. Many do not matriculate, making it difficult to obtain a job, and they lack both the resources and access to the resources to invest and develop business. Mr. Speaker, those issues will be addressed as part of our people-centered development strategy. There will be an effective literacy and numeracy program both in school and for those who would have dropped out of school. There is also a need for technical and vocational training in schools and at the community level. Our youth should be incentivized to attend these institutions. This must be complemented with a provision of jobs that offer a livable income. I heard the Honorable Minister saying that these have been provided. Well, I would like to see the amount of community-based tech vac programs you have. There might be some in the school. What I'm trying to say to you on the other side of the house, this issue cannot be addressed solely in the school because there are a large percentage of children who would have already dropped out of school, and therefore we need programs outside of GTI at the community level to deal with these issues. Mr. Speaker, these issues will be addressed as part of our people-centered strategy for development. In addition, there is need for a network of nights. Mr. Speaker, in addition, there is need for a network of night schools across Guyana that will allow the youth to return to school. And for those who would have completed school but failed to obtain math and English at CXC, to be able to obtain those subjects, permitting them to matriculate. Mr. Speaker, we must not sit here and just be idle. We have students out there with less than 5 CXC without math and English and can't get a job. You need, therefore, to say that means you're failing. Sorry. There will be an effective Additionally, we develop a youth in micro and small business program to ensure that the youth can access the resources they need to venture into business. This program will have a component to train the youth in financial literacy and small business management to prepare them to utilize the opportunity. We will create for them to venture into micro and small business. I must point out that these programs existed when the APNU was in government. Unfortunately, a certain minister who is form and no content ended those programs that were delivering significant benefit to the youth of Guyana. Expansion of the productive capacity of the economy. Mr. Speaker, the government mistakenly believes mere spending on infrastructure will automatically lend to the expansion of the country's productive capacity. It will not. Spending over 200 billion to upgrade and expand roads and bridges in community and elsewhere, as it plans to in 2024, sounds like the good thing to do, but it will not correspondingly increase farm output, open new lands for industrial park, or increase access to new mining and forestry resources. And these factors should be considered. This is what should be the focus. And the APNUAFC infrastructural development agenda will pursue these objectives. I must say infrastructure, as is presently structured, comes over as a slush fund to enrich the elite, the friends, the families, and favorites. When Budget 2024 What Budget 2024 has failed to do is include a set of unified measures to expand the capacity of the economy, to produce more goods and services, and to reduce production costs and improve the quality of life of those who need resources more. Mr. Speaker, the APNUAFC will in a structured way develop inter-regional highway and bridges to link the 10 regions, opening lands for agriculture, mining, industrial parks, forestry, and in opening new vistas for tourism. Mr. Speaker, governments in this country is bad. Mr. Speaker, I want to also point out, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, in dealing with the contentions of Honorable Member Jordan, gave us a set of projects that they're doing all over. We never said you weren't doing projects. We said your projects were not structured to create sustainable agriculture in the regions. And that is what is needed. You can do the world of projects all around. If they are not geared towards the sustainable development of the region, of the community, and of the people, it is a waste of time. I don't want to go into the comparative analysis between what was done in 2015, etc. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House to begin to look forward. I want to urge this House to begin to look forward. And look forward means progressing, not coming with retrogressive legislation, not coming with legislation to kill accountability and transparency as you did with the PAC. We need legislation that promotes democracy. We need legislation that promotes good governance. It is that will carry us forward. The Honorable Attorney General himself said that a country cannot progress if it doesn't have good governance. You have condemned this country not to progress. Because there is no good governance, Mr. Speaker. Governance in this country is bad. The opposition is consulted only when the government back is against the wall, as recently occurred in the crisis with Venezuela. The opposition has no access to the state media, except when it is used by government to vilify us. Our police have been politicized, misused to institute Trump-up charges against prominent political opponents, while refusing to investigate credible allegations of bribery against a sitting vice president. Constitutional bodies are being brought under the control of the executive. Institutions that should be independent are being brought under the control of the executive. If you talk about democracy, you have to speak about independent institutions. This government has eroded the independence of every institution that it puts its hands on. And so, Mr. Speaker, let us stop this nonsense. Fear, Mr. Speaker, is instilled at all levels of our society, just depriving people of their freedom of speech and association. Democracy is being eroded, and we are hurtling from an authoritarian society into a dictatorial one. Mr. Speaker, good governance is needed if our society is to develop. Mr. Speaker, I didn't come here to criticize the government. I came here to say to the government, a lot of your priorities are misplaced. I came here to say to the government that the average man out there isn't benefiting from the billions we are having. I came here to say to this government that we can put resources to ensure our children get to school. What is the sense of having schools and the children cannot afford to go? Mr. Speaker, I come here to say to you, implement a much better hot meal program that gives our children at least 2 hot meals. Children who go to school on an empty belly will focus on hunger rather than the subject matter. It is incumbent on us to recognize that the power lies in our hands to decide whether our people will continue to live in poverty or get a proper standard of living. That is all we ask you for. At least I can assure you I ask for nothing for myself. I ask you to serve the people of Guyana. I wish to close by saying to you, the people of Guyana, have no fear, have no problem. There's a critical and credible alternative. The APNU is something like that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Before I call the next speaker, let me recognize Georgetown's first citizen, His Worship the Mayor, who has been with us this afternoon, and also another Marian, but this time a primary school student, Mr. Manveer Sharma. Honorable members, we now call on the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. close the debate. Mr. Speaker, the privilege, sir, is mine to rise on behalf of this, our People's Progressive Party civic government, to conclude this first half of the process of consideration of Guyana's national budget for 2024. In doing so, sir, I wish to join you in welcoming the sixth form students from Marian Academy. I believe they are the upper sixth at Marian Academy. There might be some sort of like lower sixth students too. They are, of course, together with the other cohorts and batches of high school and indeed primary school students who joined us during the course of this debate. They are, of course, the future of Guyana. And I anticipate, sir, that there will inevitably come a time when one or more of them, and I expect more rather than one of them, will be sitting in these very seats that we of today's generation have the privilege so to do. They, sir, are living at a time when, as I've said on many occasions before, it is the best time in Guyana's history to be a young Guyanese person. And they are living, sir, in a time when they are able, they and their parents are able to be better informed than any of the generations that would have preceded them. Not only because they live in the age of information and the age of instantaneity, the internet is now widely available. Gone are the days when one is dependent on a radio report or a newspaper report that comes with a lag of 24 hours. Today, we get information and news instantaneously, immediately. We get images delivered in our hands in an instant. They and their parents, sir, enjoy this privilege which none before them have previously enjoyed. And so, sir, they are far better placed than their grandparents. They and their parents are far better placed than their grandparents and their great-grandparents would have been placed in their time to be able to form a judgment on matters of current interest. So these young people and the rest of Guyana and the rest of the world just heard the leader of the opposition, Mr. Aubrey Norton, regale us on the virtues of democracy, good governance, accountability, and transparency. So this very generation saw live and direct on their smartphones in real time the party that Mr. Norton now leads attempt the most blatant and disgraceful and vulgar attempt to derail democracy in this country.
So any one of them can Google 35, any one of them can Google, sir. Norton, Ramgatan, Nagamutu, 33 is not bigger than 32. They can Google it now. And they will see the videos of, I don't want to mention eminent legal counsel associated with an honorable member. He's not in the House and he's not a member of the House, but his name is well known and his surname is well represented on a nameplate staring me in the face directly opposite. Google the name. 33 is not big. An elaborate intellectual explanation. That 33 is not bigger than 32. I don't want to trouble people about their accent and so on. That's a whole different discussion. So there are a couple of very interesting and indeed entertaining videos on YouTube of the then Prime Minister, Mr. Moses Nagumbutu, adopting, he has a particular tone of voice that he adopts, adopting a particular tone of voice and explaining why you don't have a half of an MP. You remember him, sir, explaining to the world, you don't have a half of an MP. And so that is why 33 can't be bigger than 32. Sir, the sixth formers of Marian Academy are capable, more than capable, of judging for themselves. They and their parents. So when Mr. Norton comes here, the honorable member, Mr. Norton, comes here and adopts his accustomed stance of a lot of lofty sounding words, beautiful sounding words and sound bites, lecturing the nation about the importance of good governance and accountability. Sir, the people of Guyana are more than capable of judging for themselves. Mr. Speaker, when I presented the budget last on the 15th of January, I allowed myself, sir, and I'm still wrestling in my mind whether I should have or should not have, but I allowed myself to be distracted momentarily by some of the heckles that came from the other side. And heckling is a well-established tradition as part of parliamentary life. Well-established part of parliamentary life. And I allowed myself for my attention to be caught by it, and I responded to some of it. And one of the statements that I made when I responded to the heckle that came from the other side was that when my mother sent me to school, I went to school. I want to return to that note, sir, because amongst the school books that my mother made me read, and all of us in this house will recognize these books immediately, and we are now providing books in schools. And I wasn't necessarily going to say cheating donkey don't win. I mean, loser doesn't win. If you want to anglicize it a little bit. But sir, we would all be familiar with books like The First Aid in English, Junior English Revised, Student's Companion. Sir, I think generations before me, and even those after me, I see some of the young Marian students smiling with recognition. I believe Student's Companion is still in popular use. And Junior English Revised, I'm advised. So in one of those books, I believe it's a Student's Companion, there's a list. So they have all sorts of things, antonyms, synonyms, homonyms. There is a page and a section devoted to Proverbs. You read my mind.
You read my mind. With your customary perspicacity, you read my mind. So there is a page in the Student's Companion that lists proverbs that we all learned. A few stand out in my mind and came back to me during, and I did write it down. A few came back to my mind, and I made a mental note of them during the course of this debate. I will mention just 3 of them, and you will all recognize them. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. Doesn't matter how the pudding looks, doesn't matter how the pudding might smell, it doesn't matter what you tell people went into the recipe of the pudding. The proof of the pudding, sir, is in the eating. Sir, another proverb that came to my mind and that my mother ensured that I learned and committed to heart is the following. Action speaks louder, or actions rather speak louder than words. No matter the fancy words that are uttered and the promises that are made, what really matters are the actions that are taken, the actions that are implemented, or indeed the lack thereof. And the third, sir, that came to my mind is a slightly shorter but no less appropriate one, and that is as follows. Talk is cheap. And I'm not referring to the fact that telephone rates have reduced so dramatically thanks to the liberalization that they promised and we delivered. Talk, sir, is cheap. And so we were regaled over the past 5 days with a lot of cheap talk coming from the APNU AFC, who regaled us with all sorts of grandiose ideas and plans, all sorts of intentions, all sorts of proposals. So, had we not known, we might have actually been hoodwinked and duped by these lavish promises, sir, had we, including the 6 formers of Marian Academy, had we not known that these very people were in government for 5 years.
And just
For 5 years, they had an opportunity. The bishop used an analogy. My colleague, Minister Ejel, used an analogy about a couple. He used an eminently appropriate analogy about a couple and promises that were made and never delivered. And when the couple now parts, even bigger promises are being made. Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? And so, sir, I sat here today, my intention, sir, was to be brief. Uncharacteristically brief. Uncharacteristically brief. But, sir, my intentions at brevity, sir, got derailed by I will only mention a few presentations that we were regaled to today. Sir, we heard from the Honourable Member Cassie Hughes, former Minister of Telecommunications, I believe it was, Cathy Hughes, who, amongst other things, sir, took issue the Honourable Member Cathy Hughes regaled us with the standard menu of arguments that they've offered about the budget, which she began, I think, early in her speech. Just to give you one example, speaking about disparities between hinterland and coastal educational outcomes, just to give one example. So, many of us would have seen my colleague, Minister Priya Manikchand, already address this matter on social media, where she pointed out in a lengthy and very informative post that, first of all, a pass at CXE does not mean or require a grade 1 pass. That, in fact, grades 1 to 3 are considered pass rates. That we have increased pass rates dramatically in the hinterland, including, to give you a couple of examples, in Ishalton from 22% to 67%, at Anai from 19% to 58%, at Sand Creek Secondary from 15% to 66%. Those facts, sir, are out there. And the Honourable Member Cathy Hughes must be aware of this. But still comes back to this House to repeat the same tired argument that she and those associated with her have previously proffered, notwithstanding that they have been resoundingly debunked, comes back, sir, to repeat the same tired arguments. And one can't help but remind oneself that this is the same individual, sir, whom one shouldn't perhaps be baffled by the fact that the Honourable Member will come to this House and repeat that same tired argument and package it as though she's telling us something new. Because, sir, this is the very member who, as a sitting minister, awarded contracts by her own ministry to a private company of which she is the principal, and went on to certify vouchers for payment. So let me read Culture News. Let me read. We are not in the least bit fed up with it. They don't want to be reminded of it. But the people of Guyana remember it. Let me read, sir, from Culture News of February 28, 2021. The documents which were seen by this publication even show Hughes in one instance appearing to have personally approved a payment with her signature. In 2019, Culture News reported that Hughes categorically denied that she had used her office or participated in any decision-making process that led to the award of a contract to Video Mega Productions. So, in fact, Video Mega had benefited from a grand total of nearly $19 million worth of contracts from a variety of government ministries, while the Honourable Member, as a sitting minister, continued, sir, to deny. So, sir, when they speak about friends, family, and favorites, sir, they are judging us by their own sordid standards. They are judging us by their own sordid standards. But the People's Progressive Party is not the APNU, AFC, and will never be. Will never be. Sir, this morning, sir, this morning, sir, this morning,
We never let that slide. We never let that slide. We are not letting that one die. The yard, try to keep the action in front of everybody.
Honorable members, please.
People talk about the 90 million to put into account in 3 months.
Dr. Singh, Honorable Minister.
sir, 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 the honorable member, Ms. Valda Lawrence, came this morning, sir, wringing her hands and speaking about polarization in our society, speaking in a voice full of anguish on polarization in our society, speaking about the need for a people-centered approach to government.
Who you wanted to give jobs to?
Sir, on November 30th, 2018, the honorable member, Ms. Lawrence, then I believe Minister of Public Health, and no less than chairwoman of the People's National Congress, not a regular member, sir, not a regular member, the incumbent chairperson of the People's National Congress, said, and I quote, sir, the only friends I got is PNC. So the only people I gonna give water is PNC. And right now I'm looking for a doctor who can speak Spanish or Portuguese, and I want one that is PNC. So she's looking for a doctor who could talk Spanish or Portuguese, but more importantly, it got to be PNC.
Get that Venn diagram. No one get a Venn diagram.
Culture News, November 30th, 2018. Young people of Marian Academy, all of whom would have your smartphones in your hands, Google Valda Lawrence jobs PNC. And you will find November 30th, among several others. I put the rest several others. This was widely reported, sir. But what is more, sir? What is more, sir, is that when confronted with this statement, which incidentally was recorded, so there's a video. So when confronted with this video, the other member didn't apologize. The other member didn't apologize. She didn't deny making the statements publicly. She didn't address the criticism she received. So I will quote from Culture News. Lawrence has not denied making the statements publicly and did not address the criticism she has received as a result. Instead, a statement appeared via her Facebook page and indicated that she stands by her views on the issue of jobs and unemployment. I told you, sir, she's standing by her views. She's standing by her views. And she comes here, sir, the honorable member.
Stakeholders.
And the honorable member, sir, I'm not going to get into the fact. I'm not going to get into the fact that her signature mysteriously also appeared on an electoral declaration for Region 4.
On one of the
I'm not sure in what capacity her signature appeared on an electoral declaration for a region. I don't know I don't know if she was an electoral official. I don't know what role she was playing. But I believe, sir, that matter is currently being ventilated in the courts of law. Sir, in case we were in any doubt, in case we are in any doubt, sir,
Where is your signature, Jerry?
sir, in case there's any doubt,
You have to borrow from
sir, in case there's any doubt about, in case,
government girl.
sir, in case there's any doubt about how intellectually bankrupt the APNU AFC continues to be in opposition as they were in government, I want to share, and I'm not going to get into complex arguments. I'm sharing simple examples that all of the people of Guyana can relate to. So the honorable member Valda Lawrence devoted at least 10 minutes of her speech to speak about the cover of Budget 2024, which incidentally includes Guyana's first new modern four-lane highway along the east bank of Demerara that has been constructed in Declan, first four-lane highway ever to have been constructed along the east bank. That currently serves almost 45,000 commuters every day, and that saves over 1 million man-hours a month. She made a meal, an 11-course meal of this cover. So I want to share with you what 5 years of AP and new AFC budget speech covers looked like.
There. You have nothing to show. There. You know why?
So
They didn't build anything.
I want to share with you, they all look like that. So they made a meal, they made another 11-course meal about the theme. So in 2015, they had a fresh approach to the good life in a green economy. In 2016, they had stimulating growth, restoring confidence. The good life beckons. So in 2016, this would have been for 2017, delivering the good life to all Guyanese. So in 2018, they were still transforming the economy, empowering people, building sustainable communities for the good life. So I will not tarry for too long on this matter, as the honorable member did, because I cite it only to illustrate that they, unable to find any substantive argument against the budget, resorted to trivialities. But I'm coming to you, honorable leader of the opposition. Don't be anxious. You're not going to be left out. You're not going to be left out, sir.
We know you want
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there was a particular gem. It really is a small matter, but I can't resist highlighting it. There was a particular gem, sir. As the Honorable Prime Minister, a man for whom I have and we have infinite respect. So, as the Honorable Prime Minister approached the podium to deliver his speech, so there was all sorts of heckling about all sorts of things. And several members on that side of the House endeavored to attach to our Prime Minister a retired general of the army, a distinguished retired military officer of high rank. They sought to call him Rubber Stamp. Sir, they're so intellectually bankrupt, they can't even come up with an original nickname. They don't realize, sir, that the name Rubber Stamp will forever and indelibly and irreplaceably be associated with one man, the one and only, the original Rubber Stamp, Moses Nagamutu. so intellectually. I withdraw, sir. I withdraw, sir. Sir, incapable of coming up even with their own joke. Forget that they can't come up with their own policy. Forget that they can't come up with their own idea. Forget that they can't come up with their own initiatives. They can't even come up with their own joke and their own nickname, and they want to run country. They want to run country.
Yes, the leader of the opposition has this.
Mr. Speaker.
Ali, he has to leave.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I see that the leader of the opposition has exited the House.
That's an important appointment at Bambam Ali.
Sir,
You cannot miss it.
I don't want to speculate about where the leader of the opposition has gone, but I trust that he will return. Because I don't want him, sir, to feel neglected in my presentation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition delivered amongst his gems, sir. He made much ado about the fact that I said that in 2023, we won 2 seats in Linden, whereas in the previous local government elections, we won 1. And he made much ado about this. But sir, I want to explain why this matter is a particularly sore point. I want to explain why this particular matter was deemed to be, and I want the young people sitting in this house and the young people watching on the television and through other media to understand why really did the leader of the opposition make such a big deal about this 1 seat in Linden. Sir, because the point that I made in the budget speech told to borrow a phrase, told an extremely inconvenient truth that the APNU AFC is not prepared to face. And that truth is that they were resoundingly trounced in this year's local government election. And because they were resoundingly trounced, and because it is such an inconvenient truth for them, I will repeat it, sir. Mr. Speaker, I will repeat it. We won 66 of the 80 local authority areas that were in the election in 2023. They won 14. Out of the 66 that we won 13 by a no contest because they could not find a single candidate to represent them in those 13. We won 906 seats in total. They won a grand total of 274. And even where we did not win the majority on the council, we increased our vote count and our seat count. In Georgetown, sir, we increased our seats from 7 to 11. They reduced their seats from 23 to 19. In New Amsterdam, we increased our seats from 3 to 6. And they reduced their seats from 11 to 8. And in Linden, we increased our seats from 1 to 2. And they reduced their seats from 15 to 14. But importantly, sir, we won 2,464 PR votes in Linden. 6 times the votes that we won in 2018. 6 times. And everybody knows the maths. We are well on our way. So with those votes that we won in Linden, we're well on our way. That, you double it another couple more, and we will win by the virtue of those another national seat in the National Assembly at the next general election. And so that is why they want to make light of this matter. You move from 1 to 2 seats. Well, I'll tell you what, we got 6 times the number of votes. Take that home. I don't want to say take that home. I think there's another proverb saying they say take that home and smoke it or chew on it or something. Yeah? Or put it in your pipe. So we won 6 times the votes that we did in 2018, in 2023. And as the saying goes, you can take that home and smoke it in your pipe. Mr. Speaker, the honorable leader of the opposition spoke. They have some old drums that they like to beat. So he spoke of Skeldon Estate. They like to cite Skeldon Estate. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable no less a person than the Honorable Vice President himself, just a few days ago, provided a detailed explanation that I think was very important because sometimes we don't remember these things. He pointed out and reminded us, sir, that we had contracted a world-class company, Booker Tate, to be responsible for designing and supervising the construction of the Skeldon Sugar Factory. And when the factory did not deliver on its expectations, we, the People's Progressive Party civic government, prior to debating office in 2015, took Booker Tate to court. We took Booker Tate to court to hold them accountable for their failures in relation to deliver on their contractual obligation. So that matter was ultimately subject to a first decision in the court of its first consideration in 2015. If I'm not mistaken, either mere days before we demitted office or mere days after, around that period, April or May, around that period. The APNU AFC, who assumed office in May 2015, sir, owes an explanation to this country why they discontinued the legal action against Booker Tate. And up to today, sir, in 2016, a former Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Leslie, a former member of this House. I'm not speaking about the Vice President's press conference last week or the week before. I'm speaking about 2016. A former Minister of Agriculture, member of this House, former Minister Leslie Ramsamy, wrote a letter that was published in Kaichor News. And in that letter, he said that they, being the government parties, government and Gaisuko, rightfully tried to get Booker Tate, which was the contractor responsible for factory design and for completing land conversion, to take corrective action. When Booker Tate failed to take necessary corrective action, Gaisuko sued Booker Tate. That was not unjustified blaming. It was holding Booker Tate accountable. They were paid, they needed to deliver. Skeldon was not the wrong decision. Booker Tate made mistakes in the design, some of which were reckless. And I continue to quote. He says, Trotman, Professor Thomas, and others must explain why Gaisuko has not
I
continued.
know you're quoting, but you're calling names of people in the court.
Sir,
I'm not.
he identified certain individuals, sir. He identified certain individuals whose name I shall not call because they are so closely associated and appointed by the APNUS, including one who was a chairman of Gaisuko. I think there was a period when they had two chairmen because they were confused. I think two boards had been appointed. You recall that thing where somebody had published themselves. But anyway, one of them was a chairman of Gaisuko. Sir, the former Minister Leslie Ramsamy said these individuals must explain why Gaisuko has not continued the legal action against Booker Tate. Sir, that was 2016. Sir, he asked that question in 2016. We need to put this matter to rest, sir, because they like to bandy, those on that side of the house, like to bandy this business about Skeldon. We went to court. We took Booker Tate to court to hold them accountable for what they were contracted to deliver. The APNU AFC, sir, failed to continue that legal action. Sir, and I now hear Mr. Ramjatan. Trying to justify. Sir, this was a, sir, the honorable member, Mr. Ramjatan says, probably it's hard, and I'm not going to repeat the unparliamentary word that he used. He said, to quote Mr. Ramjatan and to place him on record because the television can't hear his heckle, I understand. Mr. Ramjatan in his heckle now says, probably it had no merit. Probably it had no merit. I'm dropping the word that we wouldn't want our young children to repeat. Sir, probably it had no merit. Sir, a large project at the time, the largest civil works project in this country, a project that could have transformed the sugar industry and kept the sugar workers in work, a project that could have delivered 30 megawatts of electricity through the cogeneration plant. We went to court seeking to hold the contractors accountable. And I am saying here again what Dr. Ramsamy said publicly in 2016 and what Vice President Jagdeo has said on multiple occasions since. And I'm saying it here in this house. The APNU AFC owes this country an explanation why they did not continue that legal action. If they're so concerned about Skeldon.
They were never concerned, Ashley.
But the reality, sir,
They were never concerned.
the reality, sir, as my good friend and young brother, Minister Charles Ramson says, is that they were actually not really concerned at all. Because they are in the habit of feigning concern. They're in the habit of feigning concern. But in reality, they are not in the least bit concerned.
7 years after.
So I'm quoting Minister Ramsamy from 2016. Young people of Guyana, on November 21st, 2016, sir, may I address the young people of Guyana through you? On the 21st of November 2016, Dr. Leslie Ramsamy wrote a letter in Culture News, and the caption of the letter is, Skeldon was the right investment decision at the time. Google it and read the letter and see whether from 2016 to today, we are in 2024. See it from 2016 to 2024. Anybody in the APNU AFC has ever explained why they recklessly abandoned that legal action. Up to today, they can't provide an explanation. But they come here and they beat their drums about Skeldon. They beat their drums and they thump their chests as they are wont to do. They beat their drums and thump their chests about Skeldon, and they wring their hands about Skeldon workers and sugar workers and the poor people of Guyana. But the reality is that they do not care.
Right prices and right prices.
Yes.
So another gem, another pearl of the Honourable Member Mr. Norton's presentation was when he spoke about planning. So, and he cited an article published recently published in America's Quarterly on the progress being made in Guyana. And he, in particular, made reference to His Excellency the President, if I'm permitted, sir, I'm sure I can refer to His Excellency the President. He did. He made reference, sir, to the comments made by His Excellency the President on this question of planning. And he seemed, sir, to find it slightly odd that the President spoke about planning or evolving our plans as we go. So the planning process, as any one of you, I don't think you need to be a nuclear scientist or a cardiologist or a neurosurgeon to know that planning is a dynamic and living process. So you don't make a plan and leave it down. You plan, you work with your plan. There isn't anything like a good plan can't be a static plan. You adapt, you adjust, you evolve depending on changing circumstances. So there's nothing peculiar, odd, or unusual about planning. I believe we all plan as we go. We get into our car or we walk on the street. We are planning to go to a particular destination. We see an accumulation of traffic and we divert to another route.
That's a very good analogy.
We're planning as we go. There's nothing unusual about that. But I'm glad, sir, that he raised this question about planning. Because much was said about the fact that there's no plan. There's no plan. That was a common thread in their arguments. There's no plan. So let me say that for years, even perhaps decades, we in this country have been engaging in successive processes to prepare plans and identify priorities. So we would all be familiar. Sir. Let's go back all the way back to when Vice President Jagdeo was Minister of Finance. So we would all recall the widespread national process. Consultative process, no less, that led to the preparation of the National Development Strategy. In fact, in those days, the Carter Center provided valuable support to us because our government institutions were so severely decapitated by the pre-1992 dictatorial years and years of destruction. And so the Carter Center, having played a role in the restoration of democracy, also played a role in rebuilding of institutions and development of this National Development Strategy. So the National Development Strategy included chapters or sections on the environment, the deployment of our rainforest for the purposes of earning revenues. It spoke about carbon offsets, and I will quote, "It will also promote international agreements on carbon offset for industrial pollution in developed countries as another source of compensation to Guyana for setting aside part of its natural resource base." Sounds familiar, sir? Today, sir, with the intellectual leadership provided by successive People's Progressive Party civic governments, and in particular, under the leadership of then President Jagdeo, we were able to conclude the first low carbon development strategy, which resulted in a bilateral agreement with the Kingdom of Norway, and which resulted, therefore, in an agreement which would see Guyana being eligible to earn $250 million over a 5-year period for the climate services provided by our standing forests. It resulted, sir, in our second generation low carbon development strategy, the LCDS 2030, now with a more mature environment for marketing of carbon credits than existed in the 2006 to 2009 period. The new LCDS, coming as it does at a time when a market for carbon is emerging, spoke of the certification and marketing of our carbon credits. As a result of which, sir, Guyana, under the People's Progressive Party civic government, or with the political and intellectual leadership of the People's Progressive Party, this People's Progressive Party civic government, became the first country in the world to obtain jurisdiction scale certification of our forest carbon, concluded a transaction with the Hess Corporation that totaled $750 million for the sale of only a part of our certified carbon credits, out of which we are already drawing down proceeds from the sale of those carbon credits, and out of which, sir, 15% of the gross proceeds are earmarked for our Amerindian brothers and sisters. And in fact, they have already started to draw down on those resources. So in the interregnum, in the last years of 2015 to 2020, that tragic interregnum, sir, the APNUSC put aside the LCDS, which laid a foundation to earn money, but they didn't only put aside the LCDS, they put aside $135 million that had already been earned and could have been programmed for projects to benefit the Guyanese people. They put that aside too. So they put that aside too. So if they felt different projects could have been financed, they could have reprogrammed the resources. As the Honorable Susan Rodriguez said when she spoke, you gotta got sense for spend money. So they parked $135 million. Did not touch it. Parked it, didn't even draw down on it, didn't even design a single project. You know, Mr. Speaker, those resources today are being used to execute land titling projects, drainage and irrigation projects, solar electricity projects that are benefiting the people of Guyana today as we speak. Not a single Amerindian village. They come here and they claim to love our Amerindian brothers and sisters. Not a single Amerindian village got their land title during the last years of 2015 to 2020. Not one. Not one. And they claim to love our Amerindian brothers and sisters, and they're full of ideas. I'm going to come to their ideas in a minute, though.
How much you love?
So they parked the LCDS and they came up with a green state development strategy.
No, it was a green paint.
The GSDS.
A green paint.
Sorry, here me by hold on.
To paint everything green.
So they came up with a green state, the GSDS, a green state development strategy.
Pay $2 million for this green state.
So, you know, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to ask them to tell Guyana how much revenue did this green state development strategy generate for Guyana compared to our LCDS. Was it $1? We generated $250 million US. Our new LCDS generated already $750 million US. Did this green state development strategy earn for Guyana $100 million US? 50 million US? 20 million US? $1 million, $5. Sir, the Green State Development Strategy did not earn Guyana $5.
$400 million.
And instead, it cost us.
400.
Instead, sir, we had to fork out, the taxpayers of Guyana had to fork out 400 million Guyanas to pay for this useless strategy.
To foreigners. To foreigners. 400 million.
Sir, small wonder, sir, that the man in the street considers the APNU AFC. Let me know. I'm going to come back to him. Sir, but I don't want to depart from this question of planning. So we prepared, sir, we participated and led the process for the National Development Strategy. And if we go back to the National Development Strategy, which was a consultative document, let's talk about what it says about energy, and I will quote only 1 or 2 sentences. On the hydropower, here is what the NDS, a consultative national document, not a PPP document, prepared since the 90s. Here what it says. So it would seem from the available data that priority should be given to the development of a miler. They utilize, I'm quoting here from page 75, paragraph 7.144 of the National Development Strategy, not the PPP manifesto, sir. The National Development Strategy. You would recall, sir, another former member of this House, the distinguished Dr. Kenneth King, from that side of the House. Dr. Kenneth King, sir, must be turning in his grave. At those who have now inherited the mantle of representing the party that he so proudly represented on the front benches in this House.
From LFS Barnum to Aubrey North.
They must be turning, there must be a lot of graves being churned up right now. By such as the former President LFS Barnum, former Prime Minister Ptolemy Reed, former Vice President, Deputy Prime Minister Winston Shripal Murray. These gentlemen must be turning in their graves to see the shadow that their party, the People's National Congress, has become. They indeed, I gather they've been fighting amongst themselves to see who is shadowing whom. So these distinguished gentlemen would be turning in the grave to see the big, colossal disaster of a shadow that they have collectively become. So let's move on. The NDS also speaks about roads. I haven't started to quote from the PPP manifesto. I'll be there in about half an hour, sir. So on roads, the NDS says a north to south highway. I want you to listen carefully, you know. I'm not quoting, I got the PPP manifesto. I'm coming to it shortly. You all know this document well. So I'm quoting from the National Development Strategy. Hear what it says. A north to south highway parallel to the existing East Bank Road will be constructed between Eastern Mandela Highway Avenue and Sue's Dyke. There will be at least 4 east to west roads connecting the East Bank Road to the new highway. Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? Sir, and they want, sir. But guess what? Guess what, sir? We making the road, they're making a plan. Another one.
They have a plan to make a plan.
Sir, it goes on to say,
They have a plan to make a
the
plan.
East-West National Highway, that is to say the road between Georgetown and Moleston Creek, will be much improved. Since the 1990s. Since the 1990s, since Vice President Jagdale was Minister of Finance, he led this process. He led this process. So it speaks Vice President Jagdeo led this process. He was subsequently invited by the Carter Center to visit a number of developing countries to speak about the planning process and the preparation of the national development strategy. And I am delighted, sir, that Vice President Jagdeo and General Secretary of the People's Progressive Party is still very much in the leadership of government to see this plan delivered. To see this plan delivered. Government, sir, is not unskilled work.
Absolutely.
Government, sir, is not unskilled work and is not fly-by-night work. It's not unskilled labor. No disrespect meant to all of those who do honest, unskilled labor in this country. But government, like anything else, requires a particular set of expertise. Sir, the NDS goes on, and I can cite examples, whether it's health, education, youth, infrastructure, sector after sector. I can read for you the very projects that today we are implementing.
Very simple.
And then, sir, when we were going through the heavily indebted poor countries initiative, HIPIC, as it was then called, to alleviate the burdensome stock of debt that we inherited from PNC mismanagement during the pre-1992 dictatorship, as we were navigating the HIPIC process, we prepared, Madam Speaker, a poverty reduction strategy, which replicated all of these priorities. To give you another set of examples, and I'm going to read from the 2011 PRSP. So on page 61, it has a section called Production of Soybean and Cashew Nuts. Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? It says another important subsector that holds production for income generation and poverty reduction is the production, listen to these words, listen all the way to the end. And this was 2011, you know. Another important subsector that holds potential for income generation and poverty reduction is the production of soybeans and cashew nuts. Listen to these last few words: for export and stock feed. Sounds familiar?
We're doing it now.
Sounds familiar, Minister Mustafa? Today, sir, we are delivering on this plan. We're delivering on this plan. We haven't been planning up, making plan after plan and don't implement anything. We haven't been changing course every day, deciding one idea today, one idea tomorrow, random ideas. So we have been staying, Madam, my apologies, Madam Speaker. We have been staying the course. As the People's Progressive Party civic government, we came into government in 1992 as the PPPC, and we are still in government as the People's Progressive Party civic or PPPC. I'm sorry, Madam, I apologize.
Honorable Minister, in order for you to stay the course, we need an extension of 5 minutes.
May I please you, Madam? The honorable member in his rebuttal is not limited by time, but I will ask kindly that he be allowed to continue until he finishes.
Please
without any
continue until you
interruption.
finish, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam, I want, so on the same subject of planning, I brought with me 3 documents that, sir, Madam, I brought the People's Progressive Party Civic Manifesto for 2020, the APNU AFC Manifesto for 2015, and their manifesto for 2020. And may I, Madam, through you, invite the 6 formers from Marian Academy, my apologies. May I, Madam, invite the 6 formers from Marian Academy and the generation that they represent today, all of the young people of Ghana, to Google these 3 documents, or in fact to make contact with my office, and I will make the documents available if you can't find them on Google. Ours is available, but I can make them available. Google PPPC Manifesto 2020 and 2015 if you want, but APNU Manifesto 2015, APNU Manifesto 2030. I want Madam to spend a few minutes. I'm coming to the 100-day promises. You know I can't miss, Madam, through you, I couldn't possibly miss the 100-day promises. But I want, before I depart from the subject of planning, and you know, I'm not only I'm speaking to empty benches on the opposition side, and I hope the camera is not focused only on me, but is panning the audience, because in customary fashion, the APNU AFC speaks, and then they leave. They speak and then they leave. I must give credit. Sir, Madam, I want to acknowledge Honourable Member Annette Ferguson for indeed being demonstrated, and this is not the first time she's done it. She does stay to the end. Honourable Member Mr. Ramjatan, I heard he was grumbling about another event earlier, but I see that he sent his apology and came back. Mr. Jordan Figuera, and I believe, is that Mr. Devin Sayers? Mr. Devin Sayers. 4, Madam, out of 30. How many AFC? 2 AFC, 1 AFC, 1 Anyway, I want the young people of Marian Academy to observe that too. Look, Madam, through you, this National Assembly presents to the nation valuable information for people to form the necessary conclusions that they need to make the decisions that they need to make, including in 2025. Let's speak frankly. Madam, I want to share with you some excerpts from because you know a lot was said about these plans. I refer to some of our plans, and I believe I will illustrate to you that we are now in the mode of delivering on those plans. I think I made that point. And all of my colleagues who would have spoken before me abundantly illustrated this, whether it's plans in the justice sector, plans in the education sector, plans in infrastructure, plans in health, plans in the national security sector, housing and water, human services and social security, agriculture. My colleagues, Madam, abundantly articulated how we are now in delivery mode. This government, Madam, is in delivery mode. We are delivering to the people of Guyana. Madam, let us examine. I can't, you know, you must never, I've made several references. Anyway, let me move on. Madam, you know, there's a magazine called the Reader's Digest. They used to have a little thing called "Laughter is the Best Medicine." You can't miss a good laugh, right? So, and if you want a good laugh, you could read 2015 and 2020 manifestos of the AP and UFC. But anyhow, Madam, here is what they promised the people. Here is what they promised. I've selected some of their promises. Mind you, these are people who are waiting 23 years to get back in government. They had 23 years to prepare for their return to government.
But the government, the geriatric.
And here is what they promised the people of Guyana. Having spent 23 years planning and preparing for government, here is what they promised the people of Guyana. On page 18, an environmentally and economically sound development strategy. On page 19, a truly integrated hinterland development plan. On page 2021, a Region 10 development plan. On page 2022, reconfigure the national planning framework and prepare a long-term national development plan. On page 28, prepare a 10-year development plan. On the same page 28, in the first instance, commission a feasibility study for mine development. So on page 30, on roads and river transportation, so for 23 years, they're pondering what road and river and river. Madam, for 23 years, they are pondering which road and which river transportation infrastructure to put in place. Now with an opportunity to enter government, madam, they promised the people of Guyana a new roads and river transportation master plan. And then, sir, because that was not enough on page 31, they promised a port master plan. So they figured they needed to fix the NIS, notwithstanding that every 3 or 4 years an actuarial study is done on the NIS, but not satisfied with those. They said on page 35 that they will undertake an expert study to replace the NIS by a comprehensive, compulsory. We're searching in the archives for that study, amongst others. So on education, I have a couple of gems. Honorable Priya Manichan will love these gems because they made much ado that we're building schools. So in 2015, here is what they promised the children. Here is what they promised the children of Guyana. And there are children in this house. Madam Speaker, they said they will commission a study of the issues which lead to the alienation of boys and young men. A study. Have you found the study? Mind you, we ain't even asking them what they did to implement the studies. Where is the study? You take 23 years to figure out that you need a study. You take 5 years and you ain't deliver the study. And you want to know why the people of Guyana sent you packing back to the opposition benches?
They were studying how to do the study.
But wait, that's not the best one. That's not the best one. All over the page to page 39, honorable, through you, madam. Turn the page to page 39. You know, they talk about building school. Here were these characters. Here were these characters promised the people of Guyana. Here were these characters I don't want to say jokers. Jokers might be unparliamentary, madam. Here were these characters that comprise this merry bunch. This merry bunch that described themselves more recently as the APNU. Here were they promised through
A monthly crew.
on page 39, we will commission a study. I want you alone listening. Children of Marian Academy and children of Guyana. The APNU AFC spent 23 years in government, and as they prepared to enter government, they promised the people of Guyana to commission a study to recommend a more appropriate configuration of school classrooms. And if you don't believe me, page 39, as they say on the street, page 39.
Wow.
Page 39.
More appropriate consideration.
A more appropriate configuration of school classrooms. And here now, they spent 5 years and they ain't done the study, much less build a single classroom. Now I understand. Now I understand why they didn't build a single school.
That's why.
Because they didn't finish the study to figure out how to configure the classroom.
That's right. In fact, they believe that they didn't have the right funds to it.
Madam, and Mr. Norton puffed up his chest and said, we are offering ourselves to the people of Guyana as an alternative government. Madam. So, well, because they had a study on the boys, they also promised on page 35, I'm going back now, they also promised an expert study of the issues and causes of risky behavior amongst girls and boys now. They needed an expert study on the issues and causes of risky behavior.
You do it. That is the point.
Sir, Madam Speaker, the wise men and women of the AP and UAFC sat down and said, of all the things we will promise the children of Guyana, we're going to, the document is here. I can see my colleague, Madam, I can see my colleague, Minister Waldron, looking in disbelief. I know she's read their manifesto before, but perhaps she involuntarily expunged it from her memory. Or so forgettable it was that she promptly forgot it, but I wouldn't blame her for that.
Even Pratt looks like he's gone.
Madam Speaker, you know, they talk about TVET. They talk about TVET. You know what they promised the people of Guyana, Madam? You know what they promised the people of Guyana on TVET? They didn't promise them a new technical institute. They didn't promise better equipped technical institutes. Here what they promised me. On page 40, they promised the people a plan for universalizing a program of technical and vocational education. And Minister Oxendan, I see that you're feeling left out. I see you're feeling left out and neglected. On page 44, your predecessors, as they were preparing to enter office, Minister Ramjatan would go on to hold a quarter of that portfolio. Through Madam Speaker, Minister Oxendan, on page 44, they promised a comprehensive public security plan. But because that was not going to suffice, they also promised a sustained national crime prevention plan. One is on page 44 and one is on page 48. I suspect there are two different plans. Former Minister Ramjatan said he left a big briefing book. I hope the big briefing book that he left for you included both the public security plan promised in page 44 and the national crime prevention plan promised on page 48. And they didn't prepare the plan themselves. They brought down, and the honorable member boasts, we brought down the British security expert to prepare this plan for us. Sir, Madam.
But did they leave the plan for Rick? That's what I want to know. The plan. They find that plan.
But that, Attorney General, once again, you're demonstrating your legendary perspicacity because you're preempting my point. Madam Speaker, the point here is that the APNU AFC is very talented with lofty sounding words and ideas, plans and strategies. Plans and strategies. Green paper and white paper and every other color paper. I'm surprised they even entertained white paper.
And toilet. And toilet.
Because I understand that the national color was changed to green. But anyway, put that aside.
And toilet.
Sir, what was very interesting, Madam, what was very interesting though? What was very, Madam, they say they didn't have oil money. They convened a panel of experts to help them draft their 2015 manifesto. And an entire chapter in that manifesto was devoted to the question of financing. And that chapter, I don't want to misquote them, that chapter was rather loftily described as reaping the democratic dividend. And it described in detail how, without oil money, all of their promises would be financed. You heard them speaking about how much Mr. Ramjatan, Mr. Norton, honorable members, they spoke about what percentage of the budget, 20%, 40%, calling random numbers about what percentage of the budget will go into inefficiency. is being lost due to inefficiency. Well, Madam, since 2015, the APNU AFC and their team of self-appointed experts and co-opted experts had already quantified this matter. They, on page 46, said that they were going to reduce procurement fraud, part of this inefficiency that they speak of. They were going to reduce procurement fraud estimated by a very well known and closely associated with Mr. Ramjatan. Sir said, and I quote, reducing procurement fraud to be about 28 to 35% of total procurement spending of $140 billion. Madam Speaker, we spent 5 years. Let us say that in year one, they didn't eliminate this procurement fraud. Let us say in year one. By year two or year three, they should have eliminated it, along with all of the other aspects of the democratic dividend. Madam Speaker, they spent 5 years in government. Where is the so-called democratic dividend? Where is a single dollar of the so-called democratic dividend? And yet you come back to this honorable house and you spew the same and you repeat and regurgitate the same imagined arguments, regurgitating them, seeking to hoodwink the Guyanese people once again. Where is the so-called democratic dividend that you were supposed to be reaping since 2015? Not a dollar of it can be found.
Because they're not democratic.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, my apologies, sir. If you look at what they promised in their 100-day promises.
The liberalization of the telecom sector.
Mr. Speaker, significant increases for government workers, including nurses, teachers, in primary, secondary, tertiary education, security personnel, civil servants on the traditional payroll. Mr. Speaker, they promised a 10% increase in the wage bill. They didn't deliver that. They promised a phased reduction of VAT and the removal of VAT from food and other essential items. What do you think they did? They imposed more. What was zero rated? They made it exempt, so made it more expensive because you can't reclaim your import VAT. They put VAT on items that were previously exempt and zero rated. VAT on water, VAT on electricity, VAT on educational supplies, VAT on medical supplies.
On data.
VAT on data. So they took some items and moved them from 16 to 14. And they take a long list of items and move them from 0 to 14. And they call that, sir, a reduction in VAT. No wonder, sir, that the Guyanese nation called them out for their duplicity. And the list goes on. They promised liberalization of the telecommunications sector, and they didn't bring into force their own Telecommunications Act that they passed in this house because, I dare say, sir, of vested interests.
Absolutely. You should say more. You should say more. You should find out why she transferred $90 million into our bank account in 3 months. You should find out about that.
Mr. Speaker, they claim now, sir, to love the pensioners, and they're championing the cause of the pensioners. Let me be crystal clear. What we will deliver to the pensioners, we said to the pensioners in 2015.
I would even take a lecture from you on it. Not she.
Y'all don't even know what was going on. Half of y'all don't even know what was going on. You're coming here to defend the indefensible, Annette. You're coming to defend it. You're laughing. You don't even know what was going on. Mr. Speaker, There is no doubt about what we will be giving old age pensioners. We didn't hoodwink, sir, in 2015 when we asked the old age pensioners for their votes. When we asked the old age pensioners for their votes, we said to them clearly on the cover of our manifesto that during this term of office, we will raise the old age pensions to $40,000 per month. We said that clearly on the cover and in the body of our manifesto that we will raise the pensions to 40,000. And guess what, sir? We are well on our way to doing that. In contrast, sir, in their manifesto, they promised, sir, and I quote, they promised that they will double old age pension and public assistance immediately. Immediately. I am quoting from your manifesto. I'm quoting from your manifesto. They said they will double old age pension and public assistance immediately. Guess what? All right, what you said, that you'll do it in 5 years? Tell me what you said. Take a pick. What did you say? Find the language. Find the language. She's laughing, sir. For those who can't see, the honorable member is laughing. First of all, she don't even know what they promised the people. But secondly, sir, she knows fully well that is what they promised the people. But let us say you want to get the benefit of the doubt. You promise them that you'll double it in 5 years. Mr. Speaker, they spent 5 years and they move old age pensions. You know what is the average increase over 5 years? 1,400, no, give them a little note. $1,475 a year.
5 years?
Every year, over 5 years, they raised old age pensions by an average of $1,405. That didn't require our money. You promised the people that on the basis of your existing resources. You promised the people of Guyana that without even knowing that we had oil.
And all they did was...
When the manifesto was written, we didn't even know that we had oil. They didn't know that we had oil. They promised the people of Guyana that without knowing that we had oil. Hoodwinking the people of Guyana, promising them to double old age pensions and failing to do so in 5 years.
But most of the government was pensioners. So I would
Sir, they come here, sir.
Thought they would want to raise their pension.
They come here, sir. And I'm saying this, sir. We have young people, intelligent, bright young people in this house as our guests. And they represent the generation of tomorrow. We have others who are watching us via social media and the internet and online streaming. They're watching us too. I'm saying this, sir, so that they understand, because they're the future of Guyana, the true nature of both the People's Progressive Party and the APNU-AFC. Here is what, to our young Lindeners, Mr. Speaker, if I may speak to them through you, here is what the APNU-AFC, Mr. Devon Sayers, I believe, is an so is Mr. Figueroa. 2 young Lindeners are in the house. 2 young Lindeners are in the house, sir. And to their credit, they're still here. And I will address my 2 young brothers who have the decency to still be in this house. Sir, it might get them in trouble. One man don't get in trouble because he shake the president's hand. Sorry, my brothers, they know how much time you shake me hand. I don't know what happened.
They are here, but their leader is gone.
But,
Leaderless environment.
Mr. Speaker, if I may speak to these 2 young Londoners here on the APNU-AFC, who know that they made the bad choice a few years ago to associate. But I understand you're caught in a political trap and the momentum of your association with that side of the house. But don't worry, our doors are open to all. Don't worry, our doors are open to all. Don't worry, you are young. So, here is what, and I'm saying this because I heard some of the things that both Mr. Figueroa and Mr. Sears said they wanted for Region 10. Mr. Speaker, here is what the AP and UAFC, Mr. Norton puffed up his chest and talked about how much seats they win in Linden and Region 10 and so on and so forth, right? So, don't distract me here, Minister Mustafa. So, they promised the following. Create in 2015, you know. Mind you, yes, I will never stop telling the people of Guyana. I will never stop telling the people of Guyana.
You will never stop.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, they promised the people of Region 10, a region I believe they like to consider or used to consider their stronghold, and a region who you would have expected, having rewarded them with some votes, I think they won a majority in Region 10 in 2015, and have always historically won a majority in 2010. For 23 years, having waited into government and having been elected with the support of the people of Linden, here is what they promised the people of Region 10. One, well, of course it had to be here, create a strategic development plan for Region 10. Mind you, they love Lindeners. They're talking to Lindeners, consulting with Lindeners every day. They claim to know Linden and Region 10. But after 23 years of waiting to come into government, in opposition, waiting to come into government, and after 23 years of support from Region 10 and Linden voters, clueless as they are, clueless and incompetent as they still are, in 2015, sir, getting ready to come into government, they said to the people of Linden, we will create, because we don't know specifically what is needed in Linden and Region 10, we will create a strategic development plan for Region 10. So I don't know where the plan is. The people, a fair number of people in Linden and Region 10 gave you their votes. Where is the development plan? I ain't even asking you whether you deliver on the plan or implement it. Where is the plan? Where is the plan? Anyway, it didn't stop there. They said we will rescue and modernize the bauxite industry. So a lot of people in Region 10, used to work at a company called Rusal. A lot of people from Linden, a lot of people from Aichuli, a lot of people from Kwakwani, a lot of people even from New Amsterdam in Region 6 used to work at Rusal. Mr. Speaker, you know who was the president of the Trades Union Congress? You know who was is it president or general secretary? I get these positions mixed up sometimes. Not Lincoln Lewis. Lincoln is the GS. So the president. I'm not calling Mr. Lincoln Lewis, I'm clarifying to rule him out. You know who was the president? Not the position occupied by Lincoln, the position occupied by the other leader. I think it's president. You know who's the president of the Trades Union Congress? A particular trade union is associated with the teachers' union. Miss Coretta McDonald. And the honorable member, Miss Coretta McDonald, and the others in the PMC, including the then Minister of Labor, came together and harassed this investor, did nothing to facilitate conciliation and agreement between the investor and the workers, and chase the investors out of the Berbice River, resulting in the closure of the
Minister of Finance, imputing on an honorable member. Chase out.
Mr. Speaker, they presided over a situation that resulted in the ultimate departure of an international investor in the Berbice River producing bauxite, ensuring that the Berbice River remains well dredged, ensuring that more than 1,000 families have an income, Linden families, Aichuni families, Pakwani families, and the Amsterdam families. And they come here today, sir, and say they love the bauxite workers. Where is your rescue and modernization? Where are the results of your efforts to rescue and modernize the bauxite industry? They said, thirdly, sir, that they will invite and support foreign investment from reputable and known multinationals to develop an aluminum industry. Not bauxite, not alumina, an aluminum industry. I don't know if they understand what is needed for an aluminum industry. Sir, where is the investor? As a matter of fact, where is the plan? Sir, they said they will create new jobs. You know what they did? They closed the call center and put nearly 200 young people out of their jobs. Sir, I think it was Mr. Sayers or Mr. Figueira who correctly spoke about the importance, the vast potential and incredible importance of agriculture to Region 10 and of course to all of our region. So here is what the APNU AFC, your party and your young members, and I understand neither of you was in government during 2015 to 2020, but here is what the party with which you are now associated, through you, sir, the party that Mr. Jermaine Figueira and Mr. Devon Sayers, honorable members, are campaigning for APNU votes in Linden. That party, and in Region 10, sir, that party went to the people of Region 10 in 2015 and told them the following: we will develop 200,000 hectares of the intermediate savannas for citrus, cattle, legume, vegetables as the country's second frontier to agricultural development. Pork is cheap. Pork is cheap. Mr. Speaker, I invite the honorable members to go and search. We're not going to ask them to find all 200,000. The party promised their people, the same people in Region 10 that Mr. Sayers and Mr. Figueira have been asked to go and ask to vote for the APNU. The same people that Mr. Norton is asking you to go and tell them to vote back from the PMC is easier to say. The same people that he's asking the two honorable members and others to go and say to them, vote back for APNU. Go and talk to them and ask them and say, help me find this, not 200,000, we ain't gonna press it too hard. We ain't gonna ask for 200,000. Ask for 2,000 or 200.
Except him for loyalty.
Except for that setup with Millie's hideout.
Yeah, except him for loyalty.
Except for that setup, is how much that gentleman, it's 400 acres?
More than that.
At Millie's hideout or however much. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Norton is asking young MPs. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Norton is asking young MPs, including Ms. Ferguson. He's going to send her to Linden, and he's going to ask her to tell the Lindeners to vote for APNU. 5 years ago, or 8 years ago, he promised the Lindeners, or his party promised the Lindeners 200,000 acres. He ain't developed none. Guess what? We are delivering not only the promises we made, but anything that is in the interest of development of the country and in the interest of the people of Ghana, we will deliver.
We build the conservancy for the first time.
That is correct. So the APNU AFC promised we will develop the Tiger Falls and other hydroelectric potential. Where is the Tiger Falls hydroelectric potential? Where is the hydroelectric falls potential plant at Tiger Hills or wherever else? We will develop, promote furniture manufacturing. Where are the furniture factories? And then, sir, one that Minister Manichan, I see you're shifting in your seat. You probably know what's coming up. Mr. Speaker, you know what, I'm through you, sir. And I want to address Minister Manichan through you, Mr. Jermaine Figueira, Mr. Devon Sayers, Ms. Annette Ferguson, and Mr. Christopher Jones, and Mr. Deodarain Jai Prasad, young APNU MPs. They will ask you to go back and ask the people of Region 10 to vote for them in 2030. But guess what? In 2015, they asked some of you and others like you, other party members and parties, other candidates, to go to the people of Region 10 with this manifesto. Hear what they promised the people of Region 10. We will establish a University of Guyana campus in Linden, offering courses relevant to the developmental needs of Region 7, Region 8, Region 9, and Region 10. Now one region alone. So I can't, Mr. Speaker, you know me. I can't resist repeating that. Forgive me to violate that particular standing order that admonishes us not to commit the sin of repetition. Sir, permit me. On page 21, point number 11, APNU AFC promised the people of Region 10, and in fact the people of Region 7, 8, and 9 too, we will establish a University of Guyana campus in Linden, offering courses, not just general courses, offering courses relevant to the developmental needs of Region 7, 8, 9, and 10. Forget the piece about what kind of courses. Show me the campus. Where is the campus? So, when Dr. Chedi Jagan started the University of Guyana, he didn't build a big building. He started at Queen's College. They used to derisively call it Jagan Night School. The University of Guyana was started in the evenings in Queen's College building. They got 20 buildings in Linden. Show me the University of Guyana campus in Region 10. And you're sending Devon Sayers and Jermaine Figueira and Annette Ferguson to go and tell the people of Region 10 they must vote for you again. No wonder we got 6 times as many votes. And you wait for 2030, 2025. We will demolish you in the same Region 10. We will demolish because the people of Region 10 will not forget you, and they will certainly not forgive you. Sir, not to be outdone, sir. Not to be outdone, sir. Plenty more. Sir, not to be outdone, they also had promises. Sir, not to be outdone, they also had promises for our hinterland and Amerindian brothers and sisters. I will mention 5 of those promises. One, an environment, this is what they promised, sir, to our Amerindian brothers and sisters. An environmentally and economically sound development strategy, of course. They rather vaguely worded the economic empowerment of hinterland people with requisite capital resources and capacities for agricultural development, housing and road construction, manufacturing and services. Even the Honorable Member Minister Manichan is mesmerized by this lavish verbosity. This lavish verbosity. don't worry, there was also a truly integrated hinterland development plan, not an ordinary hinterland development plan, but a truly integrated one. They also promised the development of the indigenous peoples in such a manner, on such terms that do not force those citizens to migrate from their communities. They promised firm policies, legalities, and standards of best environmental practice. Mr. Speaker, putting aside this incomprehensible verbiage, and I'm trying to be polite here, putting aside this incomprehensible verbiage, sir, what did they deliver to the Amerindian people? They terminated the CSO program and put more than 1,000 young Amerindian boys and girls out of work. They abandoned the land titling program and did not give any village their land titling. They suspended the LCDS and did not disburse the LCDS resources to the projects that were intended to benefit the Amerindian communities. Collapsed the OLPF, amongst others. And, sir, the list goes on. My point, Mr. Speaker, is the APNU AFC now enjoys everlasting notoriety for grandiose promises, even if many of those grandiose promises are unintelligible. They now enjoy, as they fully deserve, eternal and everlasting notoriety for lofty words, grandiose plans, and delivery of nothing at all. And they want to know why the people of Guyana sent them packing in 2020. Mr. Speaker, every single sector of the economy, and I can't let this pass, every single sector of the economy was destroyed by the APNU AFC in government. And they come here and try to rewrite history. Let me give you, sir, a few examples. Let's take sugar. They promised the sugar workers. Let me tell you, sir, what they did to sugar. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, and I'm only going to give two examples. In 2014, the last full year that we were in government, sugar production was 216,186 tons. 216,186 tons. In 2015, a year in which they were harvesting canes that were planted by us in 2014, and a year in which we spent almost 5 months in government, total sugar production was 231,076 tons. And I recall their former Prime Minister, now permanently associated with the word rubber stamp, thundering the following words: sugar is back. You remember those words, Honorable Member C. Paul Narayan? The front page on the newspapers. Sugar is back. You remember those words, Honorable Members? Sugar is back. He thundered.
Turn around.
Sugar has been turned around by 7 months of APNU AFC. Alas, sir, in 2016, sugar production, the first year that they were in government for the whole year, sugar production was 183,000 tons. In 2017, it was 137,000. In 2018, it was 104,000 tons. In 2019, it was 92,000 tons. In 2020, a year that they were in government for almost 8 months, 7 months and a bit, albeit illegally, sugar production fell to a paltry 88,000 tons. Sir, sugar production under their watch fell from 231,000 tons to 88,000 tons. That is their legacy, sir, in sugar, and that is their legacy for sugar workers. They turned around. Don't bother with the fancy words. I mean, I just use 1 or 2 fancy words every now and then, so I don't have anything against fancy words. But don't bother with the fancy words. What I said, right size, we are right sizing. What's the other word? Come and see, Paul. We are shuttering, not closing down. Sir, the words closing down the sugar estate, those words were not good enough for them. They said, we are shuttering. We're shuttering these estates. And we are right-sizing the industry. Sir, fancy words for sending more than 7,000 sugar workers out of work, taking the incomes away from more than 7,000 families who were directly dependent on the industry, and tens of thousands more, and catapulting those communities, not those workers, catapulting those communities into deep, harsh, and cruel poverty. That's correct. You know how many children could not go to school because their parents couldn't afford to anymore? You know how many corner shops were closed? And guess what, sir? Guess what? In their typical style, they commissioned, sir. They commissioned, sir, a COI. Look, the COI report here. They commissioned a COI. A commission of inquiry on Gaisuko. Their own COI did not recommend closing the industry. They threw away the COI report and shuttered the estates. Sir, and that is replicated across every sector. Let's take timber. Let's take timber, sir. Let's take timber. So, in 2014, the last year that we were in government for a full year, Guyana produced 531,000 cubic meters. 531,000 cubic meters of timber. Sir, I want you to listen to this trajectory, sir. In 2015, 530 came down to 457. In 2016, 457 came down to 353. In 2017, 353 became 377. In 2018, 377 became 385. In 2019, 385 became 371. In other words, sir, the last full year, and in 2020, it went down to 344,000 tons, cubic meters. In other words, sir, over the 5 years of APNU AFC government, the timber industry's production, aggregate production of the timber industry, moved from 531,000 cubic meters to the grand total of 344,000 cubic meters, a complete collapse. I'm bankrupting the Forestry Commission. And they have a member, sir, who was on the board and came here and pontificated on all manner of things, but who presided over the bankrupting of the Guyana Forestry Commission and the destruction of the forestry sector. You know what that did to the economy, sir? Mr. Speaker, in 2014, sugar exports, they spoke about sugar exports, but they didn't go back long enough. Sir, in 2014, Guyana exported $88 million worth of sugar. You know, in 2020, how much we exported, sir? From $88 million worth of sugar exports in 2020, we exported $24 million worth of sugar. In timber, from 53, they talk about value added and all sorts of fancy words. In 2014, we exported 53.4 million US dollars worth of timber products, 53.4 million US dollars. So by 2020, timber exports totaled 27.7, from 53.4 to 27.7 million US dollars. Just about a half. Imagine decimating the forestry industry by a half. And this story was replicated over and over and over again. We heard that they didn't build any school. They didn't build any new hospitals. They did, well, and they're not embarrassed to claim the Renal Hospital that they left for us. So every single sector was left in disrepair. But Mr. Speaker, I want, as I come to the second half of my presentation, Sir, Mr. Norton spoke a lot. Let me see the direct quote. I don't want. He spoke a lot about the ordinary Guyanese family, that you need to listen to the people. He said you need to listen to the people. And he said that we are anti-middle class and anti-working class. And he said that the APNU AFC offers itself to the people of Guyana as an alternative government. And he said that the budget does not help the people. My colleagues have more than adequately addressed their respective sectors. I want, sir, like I said, as I start the second half of my presentation, to zero in on just about 2 or 3 particular measures, and to use, because of what I believe will be its effectiveness, use the medium of a typical Guyanese family to illustrate what the APNU AFC did to the typical Guyanese family and what we have had to repair and restore. And I'm only going to focus, I'm not going to focus on the 200 taxes and all of those other things. I'm going to focus on just, we don't need to provide it, your own budget speech. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member came to this house and asked a question about which speeches. I did answer it. I said that this information is already in the public domain. You know where it is, sir? So their budget speeches used to have an Annex 9, I think, or an Annex 10. Was about 10 pages long. I got it here. List of fees and fines being increased. I got it here somewhere. Right? I have it here. List of fees and fines. Sir, if you see Appendix 8 or 9 of the budget speech during afternoon time, there was a 10-page, 9 or 10-page annex listing fees, fines, charges. Sir, fees, fines, charges, and other government imposts
Increases.
were all increased. Sir, and the honorable member is proud. The honorable member is proud to remind us that they even increased the fee on the donkey cart man. And you say that you are concerned about the honorable Guyanese, about the ordinary Guyanese. Of all the people in the country that you want to look to tax more, you claim, sir, to be the champions of the working class. You claim, sir, they claim, sir, to be the champions of the working class. And they will choose of everybody in Guyana. They didn't leave out, sir, even the donkey cart and the horse cart man. Even the human driven pushcart, the huckster fee get increased. Whether animal pushed, animal drawn, or man powered, like a man pushing the cat. Even the pushcart fee, even the snow cone man fee. And they come here, sir, and they believe that the guy, them snow cone man still out there. And they come here, sir, and they believe that the Guyanese people have forgotten. Sir, I don't want, sir, to allow the honourable member to detain this second half of my presentation. And Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence because what I'm about to discuss is in fact a very serious matter. It's a very serious matter. Mr. Speaker, let us focus on 2 or 3 critical measures. Sir, they very famously, the APNU AFC in government very famously took away the 1-month bonus that we were paying to members of the disciplined services. Right? Now there's some honorable member. You got on. Sir, I want these honorable members who are sitting, they're all young people.